We're going to start. This is that part of the afternoon where we may have to find ourselves chasing time so that we don't end up in a situation where the chairperson is left alone with the witness here, because members may be pressed for time. And we understand that the members are leaders in their communities where they come from. There may be other pressing demands for the weekend. We will start with, before we broke for lunch, I said we are going to start with the chief whip. But the members have alerted me that they have spoken between themselves and requested the chair to honor their request, that we start with Honorable Mwango. So, Honorable Mwango, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues. Good afternoon, General, the National Commissioner. On the constitutional roles and responsibilities of the Minister of Police and the National Commissioner. It is said that the role of the minister is actually the determination of the national policing policy, and that of the national commissioner is to control is to exercise control over the police service, the control and management of the South African police services. Now I'm trying to find out where does the PKTT fall into these two authorities.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, and good afternoon, Honorable Member. My view and interpretation is that the PKTT is a task team. It will fall under the administration, that is the management and control by the National Commissioner.
I'm asking because rightly so, PKTT is the creation of the president. And the president actually then established an interministerial committee, and the interministerial committee gave the control of the activities of the PKTT to the steering committee. I'm not hearing any interaction with any of the police structure. I'm hearing the president, I'm hearing the steering committee, the IMC. Where is the police featuring? How does it feature into this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The police, they are a member of the steering committee, which consists of all the departments that we spoke about: justice, NPA, corrections, SSA, and so on. So they are part of that steering committee, which together with the National Commissioner will then report to the IMC. But the decision to establish was eventually establish or disestablish was taken by the National Commission.
When the PKTT was actually established, was there any interaction with the provincial, either executive or whatever authority? Did they have any input? Because apparently this task team was established ostensibly to address the issues that are actually related to political killings in KZN.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, members. It is true, yes. The then Premier, Mkhunu, I'm not sure whether to call it the senior Mkhunu, the old man. I might be saying it wrong, but he was the Premier and he was present with the MEC of Community Safety by then.
Thank you, General. How often did the PKTT actually give the minister reports or progress reports since it was established in 2018?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The PKTT would give the minister reports on a quarterly basis together with the IMC, or sometime when the minister happened to be in the province, KZN, he would call me to say, I'm here in KZN. Is it possible to maybe get briefing by the PKTT and the PC? And then I'll check their readiness and say, okay, you can go, they can go and brief you.
Thank you. When you left to take your leave on the 30th, which was a Monday in December 2024, who actually was left to act in your position? Who was in your office to actually assume your duties when you actually were not there?
I did appoint Lieutenant General Musikidi to act during that time, which the minister endorsed. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, is there any reason why one actually hears very little about him in the whole fiasco that then actually developed around the letter that actually was written on the 31st of December? We don't hear whether the letter was delivered to him as a person who was in office at the time and referred it to you or whoever else, but he is completely out of the picture. Is there any reason?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Earlier, I did allude that my office, that is Brigadier Letogo, did send the letter to both Lieutenant General Musikidi and Lieutenant General Sibia. So she did get the letter, Honorable Chairperson, and yeah, she did get it. At some point, she phoned me to say, we have this letter, what do we do? Which I said to her, no, don't worry, I'll attend to it when I get back.
Thanks, General. You actually said in your evidence in chief here that you were with the minister on the 28th of December in Eskawini attending a funeral. And then he never said anything about his intention to dissolve or disband the PKTT. And now, boom, on Tuesday, on the 31st of December, a letter is written by the minister ordering that PKTT be dissolved with immediate effect. Why would the minister actually say immediate effect? Because I would imagine that he would actually say so if he was convinced that there was a crisis.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yes, one would also, yes, take it in that manner that if there was a crisis, he could come up with the immediately. So I also do not know, but on a hindsight, one when look at it, is a probability. I don't say it is so. It's a probability that maybe it was done with a view that the disbandment happened while I'm away, so that when I come back, the disbandment has been finalized. I can only deduce that probably the word immediately was intended that when I come back, it is a done and dusted. But unfortunately, when they called me, I said, no, they can start with their reports, but I will attend to the matter when I get back.
Thank you, General. Was the order to disband the PKTT ever communicated to the IMC and or the steering committee? Were they aware of this disbandment order?
Since the new administration, Honorable Chair, there was no IMC for political killings, and also the steering committee haven't said since the current administration. So it was more consulting, talking to counterparts, like I did speak to the director of public prosecutions, and in the province, the Provincial Commissioner General Mkonazi also spoke to the Director of Public Prosecutions in that province.
Thank you, General. There were obviously a number of meetings when you returned to the office on the 14th of January. And there was a meeting on the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. So there was just that series of meetings. But the one of particular interest to me is the one which was on the 16th of January, where you had actually secured an ear of the minister to actually listen to the report that you had actually been asking for him to actually, receive on the operation of the PKTT. Then you were granted that opportunity. In the meeting, you were with General Khumalo. Now, you provided the minister with a comprehensive update of ongoing counterintelligence investigations. And you went on to give him a list of names of people within SAPS who were actually conniving with criminal gangs out there. And amongst the names was that of Lieutenant General Spear. What was the reaction of the minister when Lieutenant General Spear's name actually was on the list?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I didn't observe any I wouldn't say observe any reaction whatsoever. He just acknowledged and said he takes note of what the briefing.
I read that you had actually asked the minister to bring back that particular list. Is it this list that you wanted him to bring it back after you had actually given him, because it was having sensitive information? Did he give it back to you?
Through you, Honorable Chair, yes, he did give we asked it back, and he did give it back, Honorable Chair.
One of these days, between the 17th and so January, Spear walked into your office, and he came with a plan to actually dissolve PKTT and asked you to sign it. And you refused, and then told him to say and said, no, you would rather leave this matter of the dissolution with you. And he didn't. He continued to write a letter to and instructed General Khumalo to implement the directives of the minister. I want to also believe, like the Honorable Malema did, that that was defiance of the highest order, considering the standing order of the police and the hierarchical order, that your instruction was defied. Don't you think that that actually warranted drastic action on your part?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, on the hindsight, I do agree, but however, when situations evolve, sometimes you don't think them the way they are. You learn late about these things, and you might not envisage that the intention is what it is.
Thank you, General. General Spear at one time was out of the police service and was employed by the city of Johannesburg. And somehow he came back. But before he was re-employed by the service, police service, he already came with a lot of baggage, should I call it that, because there were allegations against his conduct. But the police went ahead to re-employ him anyway, without actually checking on the veracity of the allegations that were being made against him. Now, why was that? Why did the police actually turn a blind eye to the allegations that were made against the behavior of Mr. Smith?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It is not that the police turn a blind eye to the allegations. Yes, we heard there's a report, I think a member of parliament that said he wrote a letter to the minister. But here, the Labour Appeal Court have issued a judgment that this person should go back to his work with various conditions and so on. So, meaning he had to be re-enlisted, and if there is a misconduct, then we deal with that specific misconduct. So in this case, if I can go directly to that, he was dismissed on the 31st of August 2015, and on the 22nd of July 2020, the Labour Court judgment did dismiss the case of the employer as procedurally and substantively unfair, and ordered that he be given 12 months remuneration at the current level of a Major General, and SAPS to pay those litigation. So this judgment was not appealed, and by the DPCI then, and then, well, he wasn't satisfied. He further took the matter to Labour Appeals Court, and the SAPS through DPCI, they said it will be too much to appeal this matter because they think that the first court of instance was right, and the Labour Appeal Court then did give judgment, and well, it set aside the Labour Court judgment and replaced it with reinstating Sibia at his back at he had the option of election to come back to SAPS or only receive payment, which then he elected to come back to the service. Later, there were cases that were registered, and those cases were finalized. Some of them, it was said, there was a case that he was employed regularly by Gauteng Johannesburg City Council, and that case was held that it is not him who employed himself, and it's not against him. There was other cases that were eventually finalized, and he was not prosecuted in those cases.
Well, thanks, General. General, do you actually strongly believe that indeed the minister acted outside of the scope of his authority when he actually disbanded? He ordered the disbandment of the PKTT.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I indeed believe so. I did have my doubts at the beginning, but after I became aware of what were the intentions, then my belief became strong that this was indeed my suspicions were right, that this was illegal, this was done for purposes which have ulterior criminal motives behind.
In the letter, the minister uses very strong, expressions here. He says, this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. And that is, he says that is his view.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chairperson. That is his view. But the problem with that is I'm not sure how he knows that they are not adding any value.
In fact, that's one reason why I was asking you initially, how often did you report to the IMC and the steering committee? Because presumably the minister was one of the members of the IMC, so obviously he would have been aware of about the successes of the operations of the PKTT. And if there were regular reports, I think when, assessing the performance based on the reports, then he would rightly come to the conclusion that this team is actually not adding any value and therefore it must disband.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. If there was IMC, and he was attending those meetings, he could have been aware. However, there was no IMC during this tenure, but however, he did have officials, myself and the others, who were privy to the work of the political task team, which actually we offered to brief him, and the date never came to brief him until that letter came.
Well, General, I would like to know where the 121 files are right now and their status is, and that of the PKTT. Is PKTT actually still there? And if it is still there, is it actually in possession of the 121 files? Is it continuing with the investigation of those cases? If not, why not, if it has not been disbanded?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The PKTT is still there in KZN, and the 121 dockers are back with the team. But I think about three or six, I think 3 of those dockers, the Provincial Commissioner KZN sent them to the province of Eastern Cape, and the team is working and they are investigating also this 121 dockers. I think they made an arrest a few weeks ago on one of those dockets.
The July 6th media briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I was looking around at the crowd of police officials that were seated there and looking for the face of the National Commissioner. And I didn't see it. Were you aware of that media briefing that was going to take place? And if you were aware, why did you not attend it? Because it was actually talking about, discussing issues of national importance, national policing importance.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I was aware that he's going to do a press briefing to talk about the work of the political task team. And the report, yes, I was aware of the report because they briefed me. And that report, I was going to present it to the president. But when he was doing the briefing on the political killings task team, he did everything that was on the report. So I wouldn't have been there because he was supposed to brief on the work of the political killings task team.
Somewhere I was reading, General, that you had a meeting with the minister, with the senior, leadership of the police. But present in that particular meeting where you were discussing sensitive operational issues was a character called Kabinde. But there was no rank given. Everyone was actually their ranks, were defined, but Kabinde was not. Is he a police officer? If not, what was he doing in a meeting as sensitive as that one?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. He's a chief of staff of the minister, so most of the meetings that the minister attends, he also attends.
Was he vetted before he was employed or allowed to attend meetings of the senior police management? So that you are sure that who is attending your meetings?
Yeah, that offhand I can't remember, Honorable Chair. He was employed as a chief of staff of the minister. I can't say whether he is or not. I never check on that.
Well, my last one, Honorable Chairperson, has to do with what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi actually shared with us here, that in his view, the watershed moment was in 2007 when a political party or one of the political parties in South Africa actually held its own conference somewhere in Polokwane. And then he told us that at that conference, some senior members of the police service were actually there. They attended as observers, so much so that they had their own kiosk or whatever you call it, a tent. And what actually transpired in that conference actually had a tremendous impact on a variety of things at head office of the police, such that immediately after that conference, some members, senior members of the police, began to mobilize membership for recruiting for membership for political parties. And then he said that is the moment when the rot started to set in. Would you agree with that?
Well, I can't deny, I do not know, Honorable Chair. I wasn't there in Polokwane, and I wasn't neither in head office. I was in KZN that time. It might be difficult for me to agree to things that we just hear on passages, which I don't have tangible evidence to that effect.
Well, in fact, he was actually sharing with us the origin of the current situation, which you actually also, unfortunately, have inherited. That the root cause of the problems, as far as he is concerned, actually has to do with the political inclination of some of the senior officials in the head office of our police service.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I know, as I said, alluded before, that yes, 2009, 2010, coming forward, there was problems in especially the JCPS, Justice Crime Prevention Department cluster, and departments where hollowed, they had problems. That's a fact that we know. Well, where he started, whether he started Polokwane, I cannot allude to that, Honorable Chair. I wasn't there. But I know that for over a period, since the years I mentioned, there has been problems in the department and other departments of the justice cluster.
Do you vote on an election day, General?
I do vote, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
If I may ask through you, Honorable Chair, why is the Honorable Member asking whether I vote?
No, you are exercising your
Well,
right.
it's a civic duty.
As a South African.
As a South African.
You have a civic duty to vote, General.
Yeah, no, we do that. If you want the police not to vote.
No, before you become a general, you are a citizen. You are a voter.
No, I agree, Honorable Chair, but I was just following what he's saying, that if that's what they want, they can. You are the legislature, you can do it. And when you do that, just give us our tax back and make sure that we. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Okay, honorable member, Honorable Sangwen, can you indicate to me if you are ready?
I am ready, Honorable
Okay.
Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, General, the National Commissioner. General, firstly, I must apologize that we are rushing through our questions. We'd really have loved to spend some more time with you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late and we have to go. So please do forgive me if I rush you a little bit. General, in the terms of reference of this ad hoc committee, which you've also outlined in your statement, we are mandated to investigate, amongst others, obviously instability within the criminal intelligence of the SAPS, the component of the SAPS, also leadership failures, whether the leadership of SAPS took action to address concerns, and the role of senior management in enabling or preventing these issues. So this is the area where I think I'm trying to focus on. My first question is instability in crime intelligence a new phenomenon that started with Minister Mkhunu?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, it started long ago. You can say even before 2011. That's when the instability started in that division, crime intelligence.
So would it be fair or even factually correct to blame all of the problems that are in criminal intelligence on Minister Mkhunu?
No, it won't be correct. He found the problems there, and yeah.
So, General, you're saying that, sorry, in your view, this started a long time ago, before 2011. I'm interested to find out from you what drives this instability in criminal intelligence. In your presentation to the police committee, portfolio committee, you said criminal intelligence had weakened over the years. Now, who weakened it and how did they weaken it?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. It get weakened by some of junior members, but mostly also some of the senior members in the crime intelligence itself. Of course, with the influence from external, other people outside. That's how it got weakened over time.
Okay, thanks, General. I really spent some time on this presentation of yours, and at no point does it mention political influence, because you were given a mandate by the portfolio committee to come and present on instability in criminal intelligence. Now, maybe I may have missed it or it's written euphemistically, but there's absolutely no mention of political interference in your report to the portfolio committee. Why was this, General?
Well, I wrote more on the matters that we're dealing with, which is more the disbanding of the political killings task team. And I did refer, I think, somewhere matters around General Khan. So I didn't want to repeat what other people are saying. So, yeah.
Okay, I hear you. And I think where I'm trying to go is there's this matter of Minister Mkhunu. Let's assume it's an isolated case. But if the reason SAPS and intelligence in particular is weak because of political figures, political parties, I would think that the general would really highlight this to say that we can't function because of politicians and whatnot. And I mean, you raise a whole lot of reasons in your presentation to the to the portfolio committee, but you don't speak about this. Is it because that perhaps it is not as big of an impact or it wasn't important? If you could just help me understand, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matters that one raised around the matter of disbandment, the matter of General Khumalo. General Khumalo works in crime intelligence, and the Gauteng operations are intelligence matters. So for me, that was sufficient when one raised that. I thought that was sufficient.
Okay, thank you, General. So you then went on and you said there have been various attempts to revive the division, criminal intelligence that is, and these attempts were met with resistance. Who was responsible for these attempts to thwart the reforms that you wanted? Like, for example, the issues of the cars, the ghost employees. Who resisted your attempts to thwart and bring about reform?
Well, in the past, what the honorable through Chair, Honorable Chair, what the honorable member asked is actually there then on the statement you are reading it. So in the past, in 2011, when we were trying to reform the division, who thwarted it, obviously I would say is the executive authority that time, the then minister, and I won't have evidence, but to an extent, probably the president that time. Because when we were doing that, they...
Sorry, please be specific. Who was the minister and the president, General?
The minister then was the late Minister Mthethwa, and the president was President Zuma. So what one says they thwarted the attempts is when we had a plan on how we were reforming the division. We did quite a lot of work, and probably we touched the wrong button maybe, because we even went as far as to themselves, where we took cars they were using themselves for no reason that are from the division. We took them away from former President Zuma. We took car away from former Minister Mteto. And I'm sure that might have caused a problem. And that's how we were later then targeted and removed. That's where then Lieutenant General Mkonazi ended up at home. I ended up at Limpopo. Kumalo probably was lucky he remained, but around Gauteng. So those are the people I would say they thought it. The reforms that were which it was the right thing that we were doing, I think, because we were making sure that the resources of the division solely only get used to fight crime. I mean, why would a minister drive a vehicle that belongs to the account for no reason? So we claim those things back and we put them. And also senior managers of that division, they were driving also those vehicles, and we removed them. Now, when I take over again now and appointed Kumalo there, we found again that they were given back those vehicles, the senior managers, which in actual fact is one of the matters the Auditor General has been querying. And we again started removing them. This time we had the support of former Minister General Kele, at least he was supporting us, and we started this reform. We're still continuing.
Thank you very much, General. So if I'm hearing you correctly, then after the State Capture Commission, you got also the recommendations from the State Capture Commission, and you then found some of these things happening again, but you were supported by the executive authority this time, and will make a deduction that by the president as well. Now, the people who then resisted this time around was now senior management. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's more senior management and, of course, external. The external will include even some of you. In one or another, you will have influence and other institutions.
I'm actually going to come back to that just now, General. General, what do you think about the interventions that have been put in place by President Ramaphosa to try and strengthen the criminal justice system? So whether it is the high-level panel review on intelligence, whether it's the work that's been attempted to try and strengthen the NPA, and you will probably know more than me. I know that there was even a classified document, programmatic response from July 2021 unrest. What do you think of those interventions? Firstly, have they been effective, and have they been helpful to yourselves in any way?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The interventions, yes, they are helpful, and we start seeing direction. We have done a lot. Most of the departments in the justice system, they improved from where they were. For example, we strengthened public order, which is responsible for policing crowd management. The same division intelligence, we increased the personnel numbers now, and we increased even the numbers of the police. You'd recall the last 3 years, we were given 30,000 for first time in history. We have such a number, so it helped a lot. The cluster is improving. There are, of course, just remnants of problems that are still there that are not that they are insurmountable. We are attending to them.
Thank you very much, General. So, General, there's been a lot that is said here. I'm going to call them wild allegations for the sake of just being spicy, but a lot of wild allegations that have been thrown at members of parliament. And you, exactly like the general, you just pointed all of us. It would really be helpful. It would really be helpful if we had a sense. I understand that there's issues that may stop you from wanting to point out at certain people, but it would really help if we knew, at least what is it that you are talking about, this interference that comes from members of parliament, because we have to write recommendations that are going to stop it. But also, has this ever been reported, General, anyway, whether it is to the speaker, whether it's to the leader of government business? What is it that these members, I would be very happy if you indicated who it is, but if you can't, what is it that they are doing, and how have you dealt with it to ensure that it is managed? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, some of them one do talk to the various committees, like the Joint Standing Committee, one do report that, but I haven't formally put pen to paper to report them. That I must say I haven't, but it is indeed, yeah, some it's not all of you, it's just some of the members of parliament that behave in that manner.
But General, don't you think we have these problems because we keep quiet about things like this and you sweep them under the carpet, whether it's political interference from the executive or the legislature? And I know it was said earlier by Honorable Malema that you're very cordial, you try to deal with certain things, but how are you going to deal with them when you are not putting them out in the open, General?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think we need to report them. We'll report them. I'm sure you know. One of them is Honorable Adams. That will always go to the portfolio committee, come with allegations, accuse people of whatever. And somehow it looks like, I'm not sure whether he's a member of crime intelligence or he have sources there or he's been handled there. I don't know. Just giving an example of one member. So yeah, one will write to the speaker and make him aware of those. Thanks.
Thank you very much, General. And then my last question on this area is, sorry, General, what oversight mechanisms does SAPS have internally to oversee all of these issues in SAPS? So how would you pick up within SAPS the rotten apples within the institution? How is that handled? Because I understand that there's IPID. I'm not sure whether IPID only deals with issues outside relating to police officers. But if you could just help us understand who guards the guardians, in terms of what's happening there, and any recommendations you would want to make in terms of how that could be strengthened.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We have a couple of measures within ourselves. We do have a anti-corruption unit within SAPS, which we are this year going to increase the numbers. The numbers are not quite good. They're not more than 100 nationally. So we are going to increase that. And we also do have the counter-intelligence within crime intelligence, which investigate, and when they pick up this type of matters. And of course, every year, as you know, public officials, they declare their financial interest. We have audit and risk committee that look at those matters, and also a chief risk officer that will look at all the employees, and where there are red flags, they will refer those matters to either counterintelligence for investigation and verification. So internally, those are the measures that we have, and externally, that is IPID that is doing some of those investigations. So in terms of improving internal measures. I think those are the areas that we are having, but I think where we are lacking is more what I'm doing now in terms of having an external body to do lifestyle audit of ourselves. And because we were doing financial disclosure every year, and we will find a few red flags, but I'm sure if it's done by somebody external, that I take it that it's going to make a big difference. So we'll know really who's who in the organization. And that, if there are red flags, it will be able to assist us. And of course, it will also prevent other employees from doing things that are not right.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I just want to move very quickly to the PKTT and IMC. General, what exactly did the president announce in KwaZulu-Natal? Did he announce the fact that he's going to have an intervention in political killings? Did he announce an IMC? Did he announce a task team? What exactly? Because I'm getting a bit confused.
Yeah, I don't have that. I think there is a statement to that, a voice statement to that effect. He announced that he's establishing an interministerial committee that will deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. That's what he announced. And then, of course, and he announced as to who are those, the interministerial committee. Then the interministerial committee was established and it started functioning.
Okay, all right. Now I'm clear now. And I suppose you'll agree with me that there's nothing strange or nefarious with an IMC not existing anymore because the term of cabinet came to an end, and an IMC is basically a cabinet committee established by the president. So the fact that after 2024 elections, there was a new government and a new cabinet, it stands to reason that perhaps that IMC no longer exists. Am I right?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. That's why I said earlier that, well, he established based on the need. If there is no need, like the PKTT is there, is doing well, there might not be no need in the new administration to establish the same IMC.
Now, but having said that, you also agree, General, that the decisions, though, of an IMC, they continue and they subsist until they are changed, perhaps by another competent body. So any decision that would have been taken by that IMC continues.
Yeah, that is correct. The decisions will remain, of course, yes.
Okay. Now, General, there's been a toing and froing, and we put it also to General Masemola about the authority to establish the PKTT. And it's been said in different forums that the National Commissioner had established the PKTT, not the IMC. But can I refer you, General, to page 105 of your bundle? It's your presentation to the police committee.
Yeah, it seems to find the 105.
If you just go to the, I don't know what volume, guys, volume 3, it's maybe if you just flip General and then you'll see the presentation that you made to the Portfolio Committee on Police. Do you have it there? Maybe it's...
I think I found it.
Please.
Yeah, I do find it.
Okay, then if you look, yes, if you look at the pages, then 105.
Yeah, I'm at 105.
Thank you, General. The heading there is background.
Correct.
General, can I ask that you read for us bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4? Just that first sentence. Bullet point 4.
It reads, it says a decision was taken by the IMC to establish a national integrated multidisciplinary task team consisting of SAPS and National Prosecuting Authority, supported by State Security and Correctional Services, which commenced in July 2018 to implement the now tried and tested, analysis-led and prosecution-driven investigation strategy.
Thank you, General. Would I be correct to interpret the National Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team to be what we have been calling here the Political Killings Task Team?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
To the portfolio committee that decision was taken by the IMC.
Yeah, I see it's written like that, Honorable Chair. But indeed, well, the steering committee advises the decision, the advised the IMC. The National Commissioner took a decision that this is what we are doing, informed the steering committee. The steering committee relayed the decision to the IMC, and the IMC endorsed the decision. Well, when it gets written, yes, it's put in this fashion, but indeed, yes, the IMC endorsed that decision.
Okay, I think we can move and agree, General, that this line that you are saying that Minister Mkhunu crossed is a very, very thin line, and many people don't know where the line is. And I think even having written this like this is part of demonstration for that. General, I just want to get to the last couple of issues. I really wanted to go into IDEC, but I know we ran out of time. I wanted to understand where IDEC, maybe let me ask the question. Where does IDEC get the authority to arrest General Khumalo? Gandhi, what is the mandate of IDEC? And how do hiring decisions, right or wrong, wrong, hiring decisions become corruption and fraud? Maybe we're not understanding what's happening in that case. So what's IDEC's mandate? How do, within their mandate, investigate a hiring decision at SAPS?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. As far as I know, IDEC was established to investigate initially state capture, and then now, as they were made permanent, also to investigate corruption. So that's what I know. How they come to investigate the employment or the appointments of a person in crime intelligence, I also do not know. But what I know is that they did request documents through summonses from myself, and they were given those documents, and they started investigating, and eventually they end up arresting. I wouldn't know how it does come. It's not the first time, Honorable Chair, that we have maybe somebody, if somebody is employed erroneously, or you have faked your CV, or you presented some wrong credentials, we pick it up, we do take action. We had actually a level 15 at some point appointed to head our IT space, and we pick up that this person said he was never fired, and he was never fired, and in actual fact he was, and there were certain things that he didn't disclose when he was employed, and we reviewed his employment contract, and we terminated the person's service. That's simply how we handle those type of things. It's not something new. if ever it happens, that's how we deal with it. We don't arrest people. We deal with the matter. And if the panel maybe did something wrong, you institute disciplinary action against them. So there has been, but of course, there was at some point one case in, I think in Limpopo, where members of the panel were charged criminally, and at the end of the day, they were exonerated. But employment issues or matters, normally that's how we handle them.
Okay, I know that we're going to talk to the head of IDEC, but General, did you find it strange what happened with IDEC and General Kumar?
Yes, I did find it strange, yes. I did find it strange that they were charged for all those charges of corruptions, and I did indeed find it strange.
Thank you, General. My last 2 or 3 questions around some of the structural recommendations and legislative recommendations that have been made, largely by General Mkhwanazi. So General Mkhwanazi says there's no process that is followed around the development of organizational structures within SAPS. I think the example that he used is that depending on who a person is, they can just walk into your office. I'm not saying you specifically. I don't know if he indicated which national commissioner, but then depending on whether the national commissioner likes or doesn't like what they see, they sign off a structure. Is that how things are happening in SAPS?
Yes, that's how it was happening. Well, even myself, when I came in, I did introduce restructuring. But my restructuring is not wholesale restructuring. We only focus in areas where there is a need, which at head office, there's not much affected except, I think, one division, division inspectorate, which we did a study, or also even the minister also from his side suggested that maybe we don't need that division anymore. We agreed that yes, because I was thinking I'm going to downgrade the division, but we end up saying no, we can't close the division inspectorate, but infuse it in each directorate so that it's not a separate division, but it is infused in each directorate and can do the work from there. So yeah, then thereafter, the area of my restructuring is more at the district and sub-district level, because the district.
Sorry, John, sorry. Now, I think I hear that. I was just worried about this lack of process. So are you governed only by the SAPS Act or the Public Service Act as well?
We are governed by mostly the SAPS Act. But we also do have Public Service Act personnel. So the Public Service Act, to an extent, yes, it does apply.
Okay. So, but you're saying under your leadership, there's process. People don't just change structures willy-nilly.
I think what he said was when a national commissioner comes in, he does restructuring. And the structure of the organization normally is valid for 5 years. So normally, when another one comes, either is about to there or so, then they restructure.
No, he was talking about favoritism, General, but I get what you're saying. Now, in terms of seniority within the SAPS, and this is my second last question, honestly, or in fact, it could even be a last question. In terms of seniority within the SAPS, it's the National Commissioner, which is a general. In public service terms, it's the DG, right? Then you have the Deputy National Commissioners, which are Lieutenant Generals. The Provincial Commissioners, are they also Lieutenant Generals? Okay. Now, why would General Mkhwanazi come and say that the DNCs are made senior to the Provincial Commissioners? Is that the case? I would think that they're all on the same level.
Yeah, because they are appointed as deputy national commissioners. So in other words, they are extension of the national commission. So there is a regulation that has been signed off, which define the seniority, which you'll first find the national commissioner, and then you find the national head of DPCI and the deputy national commissioners, and then you find the provincial commissioners with the divisional commissioners.
So it's correct then that the deputy national commissioners are senior to the provincial commissioners. It's just that General Mkhwanazi doesn't like that.
That's correct. And well, just that the rank is the same, but yes, that's how you describe it, is correct.
So would I be correct then to say, and you don't have to speak on General Mkhwanazi's behalf if you don't think you should, but would I be correct to say that the reason that General Mkhwanazi doesn't want the DNCs in the BOCs is that he wants a structure where he then feels that they're more senior to them, they are not there, it's just themselves and the National Commissioner. Is there any other reason why he has a problem with the BOC?
No, I think you take it from the Police Act. Remember, the Police Act says the Board of Commissioners will consist of 9 provincial commissioners and the National Commissioner. What I alluded to earlier was that, to you, Honorable Chair, is that the Act doesn't prohibit inclusion of any. Hence, we include the Deputy National Commissioners and the Provincial Commissioners.
What he actually said, National Commissioner, is that he feels that they can't talk there because all these other people, you know, they get there and then they feel like they can't talk. But let me ask you something, General. When the general was acting National Commissioner, do you remember him ever calling for the devolution of powers to provinces?
No, I don't remember. Actually, the first time I was appointed by him as a Deputy National Commissioner, the ones that you don't like now.
Thank you very much, General. No, let me stop there and say that perhaps then we need to get a sense, Senior Counsel, maybe on some of the reasons around General Mkhwanazi's views on issues of seniority. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I haven't exhausted my questions, but we've run out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Time is always going to be the barrier between yourself and Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Ntuli.
No, thanks.
The baton is handed over to you too.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members, the General and his team, and all colleagues, everyone who's in this chamber. I think the first one, General, I want to build on the question that was asked by my colleague. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's main concern, as I happen to understand it, with regard to the BOC, goes beyond it in terms of his the way it is structured. It goes beyond the concern that they can't talk. But there is a feeling that their own views as provincial leaders is often subsumed to the national interest, because these ones I would say, for a lack of a better word, a coordinated majority, whose ideas when they come to the BOC will prevail inevitably, naturally, because they are a coordinated team that stays together in the head office. Maybe I would like your comment on that, but also link that comment with the question about whether or not during his own time as the acting national commissioner, the same arrangement existed in terms of who constitute and attend the BOC.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the fact that maybe they would feel subdued by the head office people, I don't think is true, because no, the head office people are not a group that is coordinated or trying to gang up against anybody. In actual fact, the converse is true at some point. At some point, you would find a team of provincial commissioners together. But that what one would say was a problem. But when coming to when he was there, or when he was acting, yes, the same setup was there. I'm just not sure whether that BOC was called National Management Forum or it was called a BOC. But I know that we were sitting in those meetings, be it BOC or National Management Forum, it was constituted that way. I think more maybe is emphasizing that the law says something and we are doing it otherwise. But the fact of the matter is, we don't see any prohibition by the law to that effect, and it just makes things easier that you can't have senior managers sitting somewhere in a corner and consult the BOC, and then he must have another meeting with the other senior executive instead of just having one meeting. That is the view. I think in the new Police Amendment Act that is coming, the Board of Commissioners is recommended that it be called National Management Forum of South African Police Service, and that consists of the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, the deputies, and the Divisional Commissioners.
Okay. On your statement, the one you deposited with us, I'm going to read the paragraph so that you don't have to struggle to go there, and I promise I won't distort it. I'll read it as you wrote it. On page, it's paragraph 40, actually, page 21, and I will start in the middle of that paragraph. In my view, the minister does not have the authority to unilaterally prevent or halt the filling of posts, as this is a matter of operational management. This had substantial implications that negatively affected the performance of the crime intelligence and the execution of the constitutional mandate. What kind of example, what examples can you give us about that? The substantial implications. What can you say about that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matter there is that we have provinces that do not have provincial heads of intelligence, which we were about to fill, and when that directive came, we had to stop. It's a couple of them. I think is Western Cape is one of them. Eastern Cape is one. KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest. Yeah, I think it's those. But there are also other posts at other various levels where there is no, the posts are vacant, they are not filled.
General, I'm sure you are aware by now that one of the things that angered your provincial commissioner, the KZN Lieutenant General Corners, was the fact that you cancelled the participation and the giving of the awards to members of the political killing task team. And he was very angered by that, because he says, he might be dramatic, but that's how he put it. He says, these people had prepared very nice suits, so they had entered into particular expenses on the basis that they were informed and expecting that they are going to be given awards on that occasion. And then you intervene to cancel that award. Firstly, why did you do that? Secondly, don't you think your decision to cancel the conferment of the awards to them actually betrays what you are telling us about the level of confidence and the quality of the work which the test team was producing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, firstly, well, I didn't know that it was cancelled on that verge. I spoke to Kumalo that I think we're not going to have the awards for this specific team. Let's first clear up these matters that are currently happening in terms of disbandment, then we will then continue the awards. By the way, when we had awards in Limpopo, I think it must be 2 years ago or so, we had the team PKTT present, and from there, I had a discussion with General Kumalo that we think the PKTT awards, we shouldn't do it with the rest of the SAPS. We should rather do it separate. And I said, well, let's not do it. That was last year in December. Let's do it in the new year, which is this current year. And we do it separate. So we are going to still do it. But I wasn't aware that maybe you might have got that message on the verge when people were wearing suits. I wasn't aware of that. I communicated with Kumalo quite in advance, because in Limpopo we had a problem that we were giving them awards, but there was a problem of calling them to the stage because we want to protect their identity and so on. So calling them in a big hall and putting them there saying this is what they've done, we said it was not the right thing. And we are going to do it this year. They will benefit even double last year and this time, but it will be separate. But I'm sorry if I stopped it on the verge of happening. That never came to my attention. Thank you.
I want to go to paragraph 86 of the same statement, and I'll read the last sentence of that paragraph, General. It says, this is especially pertinent in the view of our historical past and the involvement of politicians to abuse the police for specific political purposes. That is the last sentence on paragraph 86 of your statement to us. What is meant by that? Politicians who abuse the police for specific political purposes. What is meant by that? And maybe who were those and for what specific purposes?
Well, that statement refers to actually the pre-94, the dispensation, where the then apartheid government was using police for their gainful purposes. That's what it refers.
Okay. And just for my confirmation, in terms of the report that you indicated you submitted to Minister Mchunu, and you said that he never responded, that means even today, to date, you have never received his response. That is a report about the disbandment. Despite requesting the report about disbandment, the minister did not respond. 57 of your statement. Up to date, he has never responded to you in terms of that report.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Well, remember that since January there was no response, and the first engagement was in March the 6th. But that report that is in writing, yes, there was never a response in writing.
Okay. Paragraph 102, same statement. Maybe let me read down at 103, but 102, I can just tell you that the first sentence there says, on the 10th of September 2025, the DA issued a media statement indicating that Ms. Kolapana wrote to the acting minister requesting him to immediately act against myself and to ensure the rearrest of Major General Lushaba. Now, I want to go down to paragraph 103. I wanted to give you context why I'm asking you to comment on that. Then the last sentence on paragraph 103, I hope it's the last year it is, it says that the motive of the statement can only be to discredit me, which is yourself, and undermine my integrity. Why do you think, what would be the reasons that a political party, in this case the DA, will be so determined to destroy you and your integrity? What could be the reason for that, in your own opinion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know. One just picked up that behavior, but really, I wouldn't know why. Why would a political party go out and put out a statement that is, from every aspect of the statement, is just a lie and is false? Why would? What would be the motive? I end up saying it's just to discredit me because, I mean, if you put a lie out to be a fact, what do you want to achieve? Rearrest of the Shaba, minister must deal with me, and I haven't done anything. I was in Western Cape. I was 8 and 9, as I said. My movements were captured quite widely and on television, and I never met the Major General that is being referred to. But even if I was in Pretoria, I met him. What crime is that? There wouldn't have been any crime. And the very same official, yes, he has been arrested twice, but he had no bail conditions, nothing. So why would then a political party come out and give this type of a statement, which everything of it is false? The only thing I could come to a conclusion is to discredit me and put a picture out there to the public and the minister that he is doing wrong things.
Now, General, I'm now taking you to your affidavit to the Commission of Inquiry. And I just need clarity on few areas there. The first one is on 130, paragraph 130 is on page 39. I'm also going to read it for you to make it quicker. And I'm going to start on the second sentence, which says, my position has always been that the PKT had to remain. Therefore, in the report to the minister, we simply stated the directive of the minister to disband has been noted, and that the initial objective and the directive by the president has been achieved with a noticeable degree of political related killings. What do you mean by the initial objective, and what could have been or will be the second and more objectives beyond the initial one?
Through you, Honorable Chair, the initial objective was to fight political killings. So political killings were going down. That was the objective, was to resolve political killings, and the team was doing that, achieving. But by that one doesn't mean that's the end of it, because there were still some killings.
Okay, so General, I would take it that it's just a question of semantics initially, and because we are saying the primary objective remains one, which was to eliminate politically related killings. I was assuming that there might have been something initially, which, according to the statement, appeared to have been achieved, and now we're proceeding to the next phase of what was demanded. But let me take your answer for that. On paragraph 135, same document, you are making reference there to a discussion in a meeting with the minister, deputy minister, deputy national commissioner, and where also the chief of staff was a very much active participant. And he and the SBIA were against a particular position. What I wanted to check is, has it been a common practice that the chief of staff would be such an active participant on matters of this nature, whenever they are discussed with his principal and you who are meant to be the expertise in the field?
Well, this specific chief of staff, it has been common that he will do. The only areas that he won't get involved is normally meetings between me and the minister, where we have one-on-one. But where we have officials, he will participate.
On 141, paragraph 141, you are saying the minister appeared to be angered by the fact that the statistics presented to him in the meeting showed that the PKT members were still working and had made progress. In your opinion, why would the minister be angry with the positive statistics? And maybe also, how did you determine in your observation that he's now becoming very angry?
Well, you can see on a person's face that definitely made him angry. Indeed, I could see that it made him angry. The Honorable Chair, through you, I don't remember the exact number of dockets, but I think the dockets were either 114, they increased to 115, or they were 112, they increased. But in principle, what happened there was that the dockets have increased. And one of the dockets I remember very well that caused the increase is the Mandeni murder case of the councillor, where he said, but you are still taking job instead of having been disbanded. So, yeah, that's what I say. That surprised me. Even though, let's say, generally we agree that we disband, but they took more extra docket and they did good work. That's supposed to be appreciated, that they resolved, they were able to link people to a murder, firearms to murder. That's good work.
Now, in paragraph 174 of your same affidavit, you are very, very concerned about the fact that what had been raised by Lieutenant General Sbia, and you didn't agree with, some 3 or 4 issues that he proposed, I'm sure you recall them, comes back now, pops out, coming through one of the interactions that we're having with Minister Mkhunu. Have you come to the conclusion that Minister Mkhunu was acting honestly and coincidentally his concerns were related to those of General Sbia? Or your view is that he and Sbia may have conspired, that because I didn't succeed with the National Commissioner, my boss, you are technically his boss because you are a minister. Please bring these things in on the other side.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. That's exactly how I interpreted it. After, when I start to realize later, initially I didn't see that way, but later when I look at how the issues unfolded, I realized that it is indeed so that the same matters that General Sibia raised before, which the first one I think was the command and control of the cold case team that he wanted to take over. Other one was that counterintelligence shouldn't carry dockets. And the third one was that General Khumalo shouldn't oversee PKTT. He must only deal with this division. I did indicate to him that there is no problem. On the issue of Khumalo overseeing PKTT, I said, if Khumalo is overloaded, so it be, to will relieve him. And but otherwise, he's a member of SAPS, a police official. There's nothing wrong if he still look after the team, which eventually indicated he have got no problem. The other one was that the counterintelligence investigations shouldn't carry dockets. And I said, the fact that it's called counterintelligence investigations, they do carry dockets. At some point, they have the liberty to enjoin a detective to what they are doing when they think the time is right. There is nothing wrong. So, yeah, it was coincident that, yes, Minister raised the matters. I think on the meeting of the 27, even went as far as there was a presentation of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, where they say that, you see, in the mandate, there's no investigations there. There might be no investigations, but he's a member of the police. His functions are in terms of Section 205 of the Act, Section 205(3) of the Act. If he can do any of those functions, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong in him overseeing the investigation. Actually, it makes the work much more easier. So, yes, the same matters happened to then later be raised by the minister. And that gave me an indication that probably that's the reason.
I think I'm left with about 2 or 3 questions, Chair. I know the time I'm left with is too much, but I'm going to leave it because I think some of the questions were dealt with by my colleagues. The one for those 2 or 3 questions that are left, General, in terms of, I mean, if you look at I think it's paragraph 17, or I would say point 17 in the report that you've given us. There you are talking about on your evidence, you are talking about national and strategic direction as that being the responsibility of the minister, if I understand very well what you said there. So what will that constitute? National and strategic direction.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. To say the minister is responsible for national policing policy and strategic direction is to assist the organization in the direction to say, in terms of priorities of government, like in this current time, we have what we call medium-term development framework. We have this priority to develop a developmental and ethical state. And in that regard, we have got certain key deliverables that we will be doing. So in short, I'm saying he will give a direction in terms of what we should do. For example, if you say, like currently, gang violence is a problem in Western Cape, let's to deal with it. That's a strategic direction, according to me, that we do. But who am I going to deploy? How are they going to do it? Are they going to work only in the night or during the day? That is not strategic. That's operational. That's for me. How many people, based on whatever funding I have, and so on. For me, that is operational. But the first one, I would say, is strategic. Like he did say, gang violence is a problem. Extortion is a problem, especially Western Cape, Eastern Cape. So that's the direction that we know we must put our resources, come up with real tangibles in terms of fighting those specific crimes.
Okay. No, let me conclude. I'm going to combine the last two questions into one because they are not going to be difficult to combine. They are very much related. The contract awarded to the business company associated with Kate Matlala is finalized in June. And then we obviously, let me not say obviously, but when I was looking at what then happened subsequent to that contract, is that already there were some publicly expressed concerns relating to that contract. Whether they reach you or not, I'm not sure. But what I want to understand is that if and when you were able to see those developments, just a few months or so after the contract had been finalized, did you do anything? And if yes, what did you do to respond to those public criticism or negative reporting about that contract being awarded to Matlala in June? If you did anything, I would like to know what did you do, but also to know if you were aware of whatever that got reported as negative coverage of that contract. The last one, they are linked, General. Okay. The last one is that then in December, the minister comes in, and from your own submission, the minister doesn't say what is reported negatively requires your attention as management, but he directs that you must do a review. The words that we are using in your statement, one of your statements, the minister requested or directed us to review, and in response to that review request of the minister, you then decided to appoint the internal auditor to carry that instruction. Now, didn't you see the minister's choice of words as an interference? Because he doesn't say, I'm a minister here, something very negative is reported about my department. Please do something about it. But in terms of your own formulation on the statement, he says review. Is that not an interference?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, the first one, I don't remember that being aware. I only became aware after we were doing that process of auditing the contract. And on the last one, well, the minister said review. Review, I think it means yes, go and look at, is everything still okay or not? He doesn't say cancel it. So review is to go and relook what is happening. And we indeed tasked the internal audit and risk. They went, they reviewed, they found problems, and eventually after legal processes, then we canceled the contract. Just like he said with the, for example, the division inspectorate, that maybe the work of this division, let's relook at it, let's discuss it, whether do we still need this division, yes or no? And then we relook at it and we end up saying, no, there is a way of doing this. We can maximize our forces by doing away with the division and creating these functions within each directorate instead of having one directorate that might reach all divisions or provinces or might not. But if it's in each directorate, it will. So he didn't say, hey, disband now. He says, let's look at it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I see your mic has been read already. Does it mean I was already out of my time? Or you forgot to make it not read? Thanks, Chair. Thanks, General. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Chief Whip. I was warning you that you must round up. I want to give to Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, Chair, no, I wish to have a follow-up question based on the questions by the latter speaker.
Yeah, you are
Can
allowed,
I?
you are allowed.
National Commissioner, during the period between when the instruction to review by the minister and when the outcomes were issued out of the internal audit team, was there an attempt to influence you on how the outcomes should look like of the audit team?
No, there was no influence whatsoever, Honorable Chair.
So the word review, does it suggest that the minister didn't give an instruction for the contract to be cancelled? He just said, do anything in your power to review the contract. And what you saw as relevant at that time is to appoint an internal audit to review, because they have skills and expertise to do that.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I might not remember the exact weight of the minister, but yes, I appointed both risk and internal audit to go and do exactly that. They are skilled to do that, which they did that work.
So it cannot be correct that it's the minister who cancelled the contract.
No. No, the minister didn't cancel the contract. I canceled the contract.
You cancelled based on the recommendations of the report.
I canceled based on the recommendation of the final report, not the January report. The final report was issued in April, and I subjected that report to legal processes, which there was, at some point we were going to court, and eventually the legal process says, no, let's cancel. We don't even have to go to court.
Is the report specific that the contract must be terminated? Is it specific? Is it giving a directive to that effect?
Yeah, it does give recommendation that the accounting officer can cancel the contract. But of course, that when we engage, they said there are legal processes that we need to go. And so much so that some says, no, let's go to court. But after deliberations, eventually we agree that no, we don't go to court, we cancel. If they take us to court, we will then go to court. In December, there was a court challenge by Matlala in December, and later he withdrew it, and yeah.
No, the reason why I'm asking National Commissioner is because in the WhatsApp text that we're circulating, in a conversation between Brown Mokgotsi and Kat Matlala, it appears that Brown Mokgotsi is making a promise to Kat Matlala that he's going to influence either the department or the minister for the outcome, I mean, for the contract not to be terminated. That is why I'm asking if during that period there was an attempt to influence the outcomes of the internal audit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, they was never influenced on what to do.
Good afternoon, General Masemola, our most powerful civil servant or public servant in the country. And I think we have to acknowledge that you are the most powerful person today who can arrest anyone in the country. I'll start by saying my questions. Between 2022 and 2025, which officials by name issued the operational directive to you or your subordinates outside your formal SAPS commanding channels?
Between 2022
and 2025.
25, through Honorable Chair. What is the question there?
The question is, which officials by name issued an operational directives to you or your subordinates outside formal SAPS commanding channels?
Yeah. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I wouldn't remember that of such. I think it caught me off guard. Maybe the Honorable Member can. I don't really remember outside SAPS issued directives to me or officials.
Yes, to officials, yes. For instance, if I can make just an example for you, you remember the issue of Brian Mohozi as well. Just, yeah. Besides him, maybe, I'm just giving you that question to say, is there anyone who has ever issued any directive outside the SAPS officials?
No. Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the people don't issue official directives, but people can. Normally, people complain to say there is a problem at such and such a place. And for example, the Honorable James, now and then she'll phone. She's not giving me a directive. She will say there is a problem of a child at such and such a place, wherever. And I will then respond with the police to do that. He's not issuing me a directive. He's giving me a complaint.
Yes. Hence, I was making an example of the gentleman called Brian Mohozi, who was related to the minister in a way. Whether he's a friend or not a friend is still going to be investigated. Did any of those instructions involve withholding evidence, delaying prosecutions, or redeploying investigators working on political sensitive cases?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, not as far as I know. There was
Not
no
as far as you know.
evidence withheld. Or
Have you ever received, again, any instruction or advising, suggesting you are avoiding briefing Parliament on selected committees on certain matters related to political killings or corruption probes?
no, Honorable Chair.
The minister never issued that to you.
That I should not brief certain.
Committees in Parliament.
No, Honorable Chair.
Were any high-profile suspect or political figures under investigation by PKTT prior to its disclosure? If yes, who were they and what became of those cases?
Honorable Chair, the PKTT, they investigated any and everyone, and we never really had a problem. The problem we had, as I previously said in KwaZulu-Natal at some point, was that when they started working, some of the politicians started wanting to know what they are doing, what is happening, and eventually I did that time with the then minister, agreed that, that's why you heard me saying that we agreed that the team is not going to brief anybody else, including whoever was the provincial commissioner at that time, including even the MEC in the province. They didn't brief him. Everybody will only be briefed when we have an IMC, or maybe I go down, they brief me. So, no.
Do you believe that the disbandment of PKTT served the interests of justice or the interests of those implicated in its investigation?
Well, it can and could only serve the interest of those that were implicated in.
Were you then at any stage pressured or cautioned not to oppose the task team closure? And if so, by whom?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, remember, through you, Honorable Chair, well, events that happened, I think this House, I've alluded to them. This House is quite aware what I said, but I was never pressured to not to do certain things. All what happened is what I alluded to this committee, that the directive came that we must implement, and we delayed the implementation until we found out what the reason was for this closure or disbandment of the team. And eventually, I took the decision that I'm no more going to disband, and instead, we are now expanding instead of disbanding.
Can you confirm whether the intelligence report exists in that detailed coordination between political figures, business donors, organized crime in influencing policing outcomes? And if so, will you table those reports before this committee?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. There are, of course, reports that entail a lot of figures of the cartel, and that is still under investigation by the counterintelligence. So it's not reports we can table at this committee. Only when we are finalizing the investigation, we can come and report the outcome. For now, it's sufficient to say we have arrested Katie Mulefe, we've arrested Ket Matlala, and you have heard about the Big Five, so we're still gonna continue. So once we're done, we can be able to table a report to this committee.
Is there any imminent arrest of Mr. Masemola? If any, if you know anything about it?
No, not that I know of from SAPS. I wouldn't know from the Hawks and or IDEC, I don't know.
Are there any known criminal syndicates that have penetrated or corrupted South African Police Service operation in specific provinces, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Gauteng? Name the syndicates and those compromised divisions, if there's any.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I can't name names of syndicates. Otherwise, then I've got no job because I want to find them. They'll run away. But what I can tell you, the cartel that we identified in Gauteng, it's not for Gauteng only.
Yes.
It have got links here in Cape Town.
Yes.
It have links in KwaZulu-Natal. So it's not a Gauteng matter. It's a national matter. Yes.
Do you have any evidence that presidents or cabinet interfered directly or through intermediaries in SAPS promotion, task team mandates, or procurement decision?
No. I don't know of that, and I do not have evidence to that effect, Honorable Chair.
In the Phala scandal, we had the police guarding the farm. Major General Rode investigated the matter with his team. He went illegally to Namibia following the suspects. Can you confirm that was true? If so, why was it General Rode illegally went to Namibia? Or was it legally for him to do so?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not aware that General Rode investigated any matter that I know of. And going to Namibia, I am aware that was during, I think, General Stolle's tenure, and yes, he did went, whether legal or illegal. But I'm aware that he was signed off, so it wouldn't be illegal if General Stolle signed for him. That wouldn't have been illegal, and don't have the facts to allude to that matter now.
General, previously you mentioned that the media is being used to smear and running campaign to tarnish the reputation of South African Police Service official. However, there were media reports stating that officials from the Investigative Directorate ID visited you regarding the potential case Louis Vuitton handbag alleged with the intention of making this matter disappear in exchange of appointment and investment and promotions?
No,
It's not true.
thanks you, Honorable Chair. No, there is nobody that visited me that wanted appointment and exchange of Louis Vuitton bag. No, that is not true.
So there was never any investigation regarding that.
Well, I wouldn't know. I know that there's been mention of Louis Vuitton bag. What I know is that the IPID, that is Independent Police Investigative Directorate,
Yes.
far back, somewhere around 2017, they did an investigation, and I gave them my facts, and that was the last time I heard of the investigation. That was far back in 2017, somewhere there.
Earlier, you said to my colleague we've spoken about Rode as well. I'm talking about him that he has a right to investigate. Am I right? Anywhere, anytime, because he's a policeman. Am I right?
Through you, Honorable Chair, can you just repeat that area?
You said earlier to honorable member, my colleague earlier, Honorable Shongwe, that Rode has a right to investigate anywhere, any matter, anytime.
Honorable Chair, through you, what I said is that any commander, when there is something that happened within your terrain, you do preliminary investigation before you can even call detectives if it's a matter that happened in your policing terrain. You will do preliminary investigation, and from there, you then can, of course, call detectives. I even gave an example, you'd remember, about the fire.
During the appearance of General Mkhwanazi, he testified about the involvement of Paul O'Sullivan in the investigation, including infiltration and association with Robert McBride, Matthew Sissoke, IPAD and IDEC, especially during the tenure of Robert McBride. General Mkhwanazi recommended that the tenure of McBride and IPAD and O'Sullivan be investigated. When the investigation going to start, or has it started?
Well, I only heard it for the first time when he was in front of this committee that he required that it be investigated. So I will engage him and take the matter from there.
Remember the issue of the case which Paul Sullivan went on media about your former colleague, acting National Commissioner Patlane. And I think General Mkhwanazi said it here that one of our colleagues exposed even the safe house. They went into his house somewhere in Pretoria, and the case was open in Camel Drift, but it's yet to be placed in court roll. That case was handled by Major General Mohale. Do you know anything about that case of your colleague, the former National Commissioner?
I don't remember that case, Honorable Chair. But I know, yes, Paul O'Sullivan has been in the media. Even me has been in the media about me on all sorts of things. And I still must attend to those things that he said about me, which are not true.
Let me go back again. Who in the Phala report has classified it? Is it the minister? Is it IPAD, or is it the National Commissioner?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did allude to the fact earlier. The classification is done by the author. So if it's an IPAD report, it will only be classified by IPAD. It can't be classified by the minister, can't be classified by the National Commission. It can only be classified by the author.
By the author.
Yes.
Is the National Commissioner aware that in terms of the Constitution, you don't report to the minister?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. So where do I report, Honorable Member?
I'm asking you.
Oh,
In terms of the constitution, you report to the president.
well, I do report, through you, Honorable Chair, I do report to the minister because I work with him, and I also do report to the president.
So can the minister give you instruction?
Well, it is my understanding that he can, yes.
So if the minister say you must disband the PKTT, you don't have to ask him. Don't have to refuse to do that. You have to follow the instruction of the minister.
Well, through you, Honorable Chair, I think in the current case that we're discussing, you are aware that how it went, and I explained how it went, that I didn't accede to it. I came with alternatives, I engaged the president, and yeah.
What is the disciplinary policy of SAPS saying about insubordination?
Well, insubordination, yes, you do take departmental steps.
Why was not carried out against General Sibia? After all what he has done, whilst we are still the accounting officer in the South African Police Service.
The question was previously asked.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm aware of that. I'm going to make a follow-up to say, why, if there's insubordination, there's no consequence management on that? Because the act is very clear. If someone ignores or defy your instruction, that's what we call insubordination. But as far as we are concerned, beside what is happening now, Sibia, General Sibia, as you know, you said it yourself. You've spoken to him. Have you ever written a letter? Have you wrote a letter to him? And what was the response? Because he was continuing, hence we are in this state where General Mkwanazi had to have a press conference. One of those things was because of General Sibia. General Sibia was like, in the public eyes, now running South African Police Service whilst you are in the office. It's perceived like that.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. From my point of view, it is not like that. You would recall that I did say, I did call him and rebooked him. And, the fact that General Mkwanazi went to the media won't be the sole reason be General Sibia. I did explain to this committee that after the discovery of what was on the phone, and after they compiled a briefing, they briefed me. That's when we saw the intensity of the problem. Hence, I said, out of that, I'm also going to brief the president. And before that, he went to the media.
Are there SAPS members or external contractors licensed under the false identities or shell companies who perform covert work for the state yet answer to the private or political interests? Do you know anything about anyone?
No, Honorable Chair, through you, I wouldn't know that, and I think that can be best be handled at the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, I suppose, yes, Chairperson.
Has any forensic or internal audit traced financial transactions or asset ownership linked to SAPS officers to known gang or corporate criminal network?
That question relates to the current investigation, Honorable Chair. That's what we are investigating.
Have you ever briefed personally the president about the consequences of disbanding the MKTT, including stall investigation, pending arrest, or comprise evidence chains?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You say, have I ever briefed who?
The president.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think I did allude on my briefing to the President earlier. I did allude to this committee, I think, more than once, still today, in terms of what I said to the President, and I will repeat that the President was taken aback when I say the team is being disbanded. And I did say, Mr. President, if ever it has to be, I suggest it gets done in a phased approach, which he said, yeah, I agree, and he will speak to the minister.
The National Commission's agreement that the minister and his boss undermines the constitutional framework and operational independence of South African Police Service. This is entrenched in Section 205 of the Constitution. As an accounting officer, the National Commissioner's role is distinct, not subordinate to the minister. I don't think the commissioner understands on that matter, or perhaps the way you explain it. And I think my colleague has asked several times about that. And I think the answer for me was not convincing. And I think we have to make sure that everyone, when we went out of here, understand that you are an accounting officer and your responsibility of the South African police operational issues belongs to you only, not to the minister at all.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. I do understand that what my function is,
Yeah.
but remember I said I do my work on the also on the direction of the minister. So the issue of the direction, I think, is what also the committee needs to interpret as to what does direction mean. I think rather, I don't mind the committee condemning me that I'm wrong in what I'm doing, but rather be of assistance to say direction means 1, 2, 3. I think that will also assist the situation.
I think the National Commission must understand that the issue of corruption in terms of the executive, SAPS itself, and ordinarily the ANC itself, Phala is how linked to the president and the minister to corrupt activities and misusing the executive authority to hide criminal activity on the president part. I'm not sure whether the issue, you understand it very well, that South Africans were very concerned about the Phala, because now we are told that that matter is classified. I just want to say to you, I'm not sure whether it will sit well. I understand it's a very complex issue once you say the matter is classified. Are you happy in terms of how the Phala matter was investigated?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I can't comment on something that I haven't seen. I haven't seen the investigation. I can't comment on something I don't know. It was investigated by the Hawks, and that is it. The investigation that I know is the one that is currently pending at court, but this one you're talking about, I wouldn't know. Thanks.
We view it as an illegal encroachment. We suspect that is an illegal encroachment, which we think that it should lead to actions. And this can be reported to the president as well. We know the president is conflicted on this matter because this thing happened at his farm. The issue of the dollar happened at his farm. And South Africans have confidence in the South African police in particular. That is their responsibility if there's crime to make sure that they investigate the matter to the latter. As a national commissioner, are you happy the way the Phala matter was handled?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will say again that I don't know. You can be happy if you know what the investigation entailed. So I'm not privy to the contents of the investigation, so I wouldn't know. Even myself, I was accused of sending a chopper to Phala, falsely so. I mean, I never knew about anything about Phala. So how would I even have sent a chopper there? So I think there was one of the members from the this honorable house that said I sent a chopper to Palapala, which I didn't do. So I can't comment on investigation. I don't know, Honorable Chair. For me to be happy or whatever, I should know the intricacies. Then I can express my opinion.
I think from what I've heard today from you as well, because remember Minister Cele, during his time, on Mondays, there was parade of all senior officials at the head of office. Is it still happening as we speak? Parading to the minister.
No, I don't know of that parade, Honorable Chairperson. I know that we had a meeting on crime where we review crime for the past week and talking about crime, what can we do where, and yeah. So, well, even now, I do have meetings myself every Monday where I get reports from the 9 provinces.
Can you assist and clarify any grievance or complaints that made the minister to stop the post, this advertised post from the crime intelligence and public order, policing? I'm sure maybe you have explained a bit, because there's an outcry that the posts were freezed by the minister. Is that true?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think is the freezing of post of crime intelligence. It is there in the directive. We alluded to it earlier in this meeting. But public order police, I don't know. I'm not aware of those posts that were freezed. I definitely don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Now, I'm not sure about the issue of the minister. Maybe you can clarify for us to understand the relationship between you and the minister when it comes to the issue of General Sibiya. Was General Sibiya more closer to the minister than yourself?
Well, that's my my reading of the situation. Correct, Honorable Chair?
A conflict of interest arises, as you know, National Commissioner, because we've opened up cases, and those cases, especially those who are involving high-profile people. The delay is unnecessary. And sometimes, you know, the police, why they don't investigate matters properly, they take the matters to the prosecutors. And when those cases are being struck off the roll, or there's no case at all, it's because of the investigation is not proper. Don't you think that we have to improve on that regard?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Where such matters happen, I indeed say yes, we must improve, but it's not generally everywhere that happens. It is the role of the various branch commanders to see to it, while they check dockets, see to it that investigation is being done. And where it is not done, they must give the necessary directives so that investigations happen. And if any member, including members of this House, you become aware that this case was struck off roll because it's poorly investigated, let's get to know about it and get it back for further investigation.
I thank you, General, and my colleague will wrap it off for me. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
What is it that you request to do?
Oh, it's a follow-up question, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. It's a follow-up question on classification, Chairperson. The National Commissioner kept on saying he doesn't know. When the latter speaker was asking about the information which relates to the content contained in the information that is classified. Now, what I want to understand is, and please explain like you are explaining to a layperson. What I want to understand is, what does classification mean? Does it mean that even yourself, as the National Commissioner, can have access to a classified information, even if that information has findings of wrongdoings which warrant arrest? Kindly explain.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. A classification, there's various confidential, secret, and top secret, and so on. So what I said is that the author is the one that classifies a document, and it is the author again that disclassify the document. It doesn't mean that if something warrant arrest, it can. Some documents do get classified for purposes of investigation. That does happen.
No, I don't think you have heard my question correctly, National Commissioner. The question is, can an information with findings of criminality, for instance, which warrant arrest, be classified? And if so, what does that mean? Does it mean you can't have access to it, even you as the National Commissioner, because it is classified? And does it mean that you can't arrest people because it is classified by the author?
Honorable Novan, let's do it like this. Let's take the questions one by one so that you don't drown the witness.
No, I thought it's one question, but it has many dimensions.
Yeah, that is exactly
Chairperson.
why I want you to be patient. Ask him one,
Okay.
he responds, come with the other until you exhaust it.
No problem.
Yeah.
But did you get the question that I've asked, Commissioner?
Yeah, no, Honorable Chair, if the document really, deals with, is classified and it needs to be used for arrest, so one would request the author to declassify it. And if I do have security clearance to the level of the document, it doesn't need to be declassified. So whoever can give me the document, then I can have a look at it, depending on the classification level.
So if the classified information has findings of criminality, you would ask the author to declassify it. Am I following you correctly?
Correct, depending on...
But how would you know that it has findings of criminality? Because you would have not had access to it because it is classified.
Well, if it's classified, it never reached me, then I will not know what is inside.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not satisfied, but for the sake of progress, let's move on.
Okay. Then I hear Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to bring to the attention of the ad hoc committee that Section 2061 of the Constitution accords a cabinet member responsible for police a responsibility of policing policy. Section 2071 of the Constitution accords a responsibility to the National Commissioner, the implementation of the policing policy. And the cabinet member responsible for police has a responsibility of oversighting the implementation. So it can be logical that the National Commissioner does not account to the Minister of Police. I think what we're confusing, Chair, is the significant difference between an appointing authority and an executive authority.
To stop that point of
Thank you very much, Chair. We're confusing two things, two aspects, different. appointing authority,
Yeah,
point
no,
of order.
executive authority. There is no point of order.
Honorable members, let's have our meeting on Wednesday.
No, it's not
But
confusing.
he is out of order, Chairperson.
I'm not out of
We
order.
did not invite his explanation.
No, Chair, I don't need to be
We're
invited by
questioning
Mr. Nomva.
witnesses here. Don't
Chair, order.
project yourself as an expert. You are not
Order,
an
Chair.
expert here.
Order,
We
Chair.
do not ask for your opinion. We
Chairperson,
are questioning the witnesses. He must be
Chairperson.
quiet. He must be
Chairperson,
quiet.
order.
We don't need your opinions here. We're questioning the witnesses.
Order, Chair.
You
Order.
must keep quiet. We did not invite your opinion.
Chairperson,
Who
order.
are you to advise us?
Chairperson,
you-
order.
Who are you to advise us? You are not an expert here.
Chairperson,
We have
on
a
the point
legal
of order.
advisor seated next to me. If we need the legal advice, we will speak to him, not him.
Chairperson, on a point of order. Chair, I rise on a point of order. Because the point of order by Mr. Nomvalo is actually out of order. He has been allowed numerous times to make
If you allow him to budge, you are also going to budge.
even yesterday.
If you allow him to do what he is doing, we'll do it as
No,
well.
you are not a whip.
And we can do it better than what he does.
No. Don't make
We're not going to be bullied by
You are
Ngola
making
here.
useless
We'll
threats.
never be bullied by Ngola here.
Chair,
He projects himself as an expert. You are not an expert here. We have a legal advisor. We're
Chair,
asking questions
The
from
point of
witnesses,
order.
not from you. Who are you? Who are you?
what is this? Hey, Chair, can I proceed with my point of order?
I want to apologize for your behavior, the two of you, to the people of South Africa who have been following us from the first day up to this point. And but I can still afford you more time. Yes, I can still give more time and maybe just sink my head below the table. I will rise when we are ready to proceed. And my profuse apologies, General Masemola. It's not how I have expected the members of my committee to conduct themselves. I thought that if we have issues we can discuss in our own meeting when we deal with housekeeping matters, but unfortunately, it had to deteriorate to this level. Is there any one of you who wish to apologize, honorable members?
Chairperson, I'm not going to apologize. I think you failed to play your role as the chairperson of the meeting. We are asking the witness here, Honorable Skosana, based on how he understands what is written on the statement, and he wanted to be satisfied by the responses from the witness. The answers, like we've been doing since we started, are expected from the witness, not for him to interject and tell us about the law and what the law says. We employ the legal advisor here for that purpose, to advise us when there is a need to do so, not to be ambushed with legal advices that we did not invite. So, Chairperson, you failed the meeting. You were supposed to call Honorable Ngola right from the beginning because he was bullying us.
No, honorable member, you are right. I gave you chance to speak, and when you were done, Honorable Ngola raised a hand and he spoke. Before he could conclude, I called him to order to tell him that the matters that he was raising were points of debate. And maybe because I spoke in a measured tone, I was not animated the way the two of you took each other. You might have not heard me. My measured tone could have drowned by the fist fights of your voices. But I wanted to restrain the honorable member to say, let's not engage on points of debate now. The honorable member has concluded his questions. We must now move to Honorable Cameron. But I still insist that if you honorable members do not see anything wrong with how you display your antics in front of the public, it's okay. We can hand over to Honorable Cameron. Yes, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, following that explanation, we apologize. Let's move on.
That is human. Honorable Ngola.
Chair, for peace sake, I apologize. Otherwise,
You don't apologize for peace sake. You apologize because you know it's genuine to do it.
Not, but Chair, I did nothing wrong. We've agreed that we are going to allow members to intervene in between. So it was just a pure intervention, but I apologize. Thank you.
Honorable Ngola, do you apologize?
Yes, Chair, I apologize and I forgive Mr. Nomvalo for
Do you
howling
apologize? Do you apologize for the manner you reacted?
Yes, Chair, I apologize and forgive Mr. Nomvalo.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron, can you just take a breath so that I can see that you are not animated?
I am certainly not, Chair. I was scared you're going to ask me to apologize in advance.
Okay, thank you so much. You are allowed, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Masemola, and for your patience today. General, yesterday when you were speaking, you said that the Portfolio Committee should have read between the lines on the 5th of March meeting. I quoted that from what you said. To realize the closure of the PKTT was irregular. What exactly did you mean by reading between the lines? Are you saying the committee was expected to interpret silence or omissions from SAPS as evidence of wrongdoing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, what I was saying is that the team was being disbanded, and you did a good thing to invite us to come and tell you why there is the team disbanded. We briefed the committee and also said committee is doing well, and General Mkonazi expressed his side of the story on unhappiness about the committee being, the PKTT being disbanded, and yeah, that's where it ended.
But General, help me understand the rationale between expecting the committee to read between the lines, specifically that line, read between the lines. The reason I ask is I want to understand, do you believe that Parliament should conduct its oversight by questioning whether presentations from SAPS or the ministry, or for any other department for that matter, reflects the full truth? Because if we read between the lines, you leave the interpretation open for us. So should parliamentary committees generally be expected to distrust official briefings and infer irregularities rather than being transparently informed?
No, I think through you, Honorable Chair, the briefing that we did to the committee that day was we showed the work of the team, how well the team is doing. And General Mkonazi did express that also that this is what the team is doing. And he expressed his view on the closure of the team. And that was then the end of the meeting.
Sorry, General. I'm going to labor the point. So I want to get back to reading between the lines, because what I'm asking you is, are you then suggesting that Parliament's oversight role depends on suspicion rather than transparency? And the reason I say that is because if you say we had to read between the lines, it means we had to do some guessing work. And the thing is, General Mkonazi wasn't part of the presentation. He was in the meeting, but General Khumalo did the presentation. And in that presentation, and the reason I'm saying this is because, and I'll get you the details now, but there's an impression that Parliament didn't act. And that was what was said at the Madlanga Commission as well. And I feel that we should set the record straight. And I'm going to get to more details now. The point is, there was no objection. So how were we meant to read between the lines about the unhappiness of the disbanding of the political killing task team?
I'm not referring specifically to anything, but what I recall, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is we briefed the committee on the work of the team, and we did indicate that according to us, the team is doing well, it should continue. And thereafter, General Mkonazi came, he was part of our meeting, and he expressed also his side of the story in terms of the team. And I think then the minister did also allude that the team should be disbanded, and he agreed with the president, and that was the end. And the portfolio committee was accepted. I would presume they accepted that because there wasn't an objection by any of them.
Well, come back to it again, General. There was no objection from the police. There was no objection from you, General Khumalo, or General Mkonazi. In fact, when General Mkonazi spoke at the end, he didn't object to the closing of the political killing task team. Not from what I see in the record. So, General, earlier you told the Honourable Breitenbach that you had learned your lesson and that next time you would come to the Portfolio Committee on Police and openly say if the minister was interfering in your work, correct?
No, through you, Honourable Chair, I did say that, and I do accept that, yes, one learn a lesson. In future, one will approach things differently. But in this specific meeting, yes, I think what I remember, General Mkonazi explicitly did indicate his unhappiness on that.
General, we'll have to then go and revisit the minutes on the presentation. So after saying about learning a lesson, General, what I want to say is that despite all of the concerns that we've heard since the 6th of July regarding the closing of the political killings task team, the concerns were raised by you after the 6th of July, General Mkonazi, and I'm guessing to a certain extent General Khumalo, although I haven't seen any kind of official document. You never came to the police committee to disclose those concerns, did you?
No. I never came again. But in the meeting of the 5th of March, through your Honourable Chair, well, maybe you will have to go to the transcript. I haven't read it now, but I remember General Mkonazi, he did mention to it. He did allude to his unhappiness on the closure of the team. He did mention it.
It's interesting, General. I again would have to go back to the transcript because from me reading the record, again back to the presentation on the political killing task team. I'm not referring to General Mkonazi now. I'm focusing on the bit about the presentation. No one reported any kind of objection to the closure. You didn't tell Parliament that the minister was interfering, one, and no formal objection was placed on record. So there was no part of that entire 5th of March meeting. The impression that was created at the Madlanga Commission was that Parliament heard all these things and Parliament didn't act. That is explicitly, Major General van Rooyen sitting behind you said Parliament failed and we wouldn't be sitting at the Madlanga Commission, meaning you, had Parliament acted. But I can tell you from the record that none of that was objected to Parliament. It wasn't said. It was explicitly not said. So in my opinion, and you could likely agree, the committee was kept in the dark. And Parliament cannot be blamed for decisions that were chosen not to disclose. Is that not correct?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I remember myself and Kumalo, we expressed that the team is doing well. Yes, I agree that we expressly maybe not say Minister is interfering, that we didn't say. But General Mkonazi did explicitly say it. Well, let's just say we'll go and check the records. I remember him saying that at some point that he will open a case, whoever come there to disband the team. I might not remember the exact ways, but he did express that.
But General, you're answering for General Mkonazi. I want to know, do you agree with me that Parliament cannot be blamed for something that wasn't officially recorded in that presentation? That's yes or no?
Well, yeah, no, there I will agree that it's not recorded in the presentation, yes.
So, thank you, General. So I want to go back to the comment of reading between the lines. When Parliament considers the South African Police Service's annual report next week, should we again read between the lines? And I don't see this as sarcastic at all. I'm asking that, can I believe when that presentation is made? I also laughed when I wrote it, so we can smile about it, General. But when I wrote that, my question comes as to the past year since we've been communicating through the committee. Did we have to always read between the lines, or are we getting a straight up indication of realities? Because my question, if so, what does that say about the credibility of SAPS reporting and the integrity of official performance information? Are you not conceding then that something is not completely reliable? I mean, if the presentation didn't say we received an unlawful or unconstitutional directive from the Minister of Police to close the political killing task team, and we object to that, Parliament, please help us resolve this. If it didn't say that, then I come back to how was I meant to read between the lines?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I agree and admit in the presentation we did not put it, Honorable Chair. So, and the reports we give you correct true reports. In that regard, we gave you what you requested with the political cleaning task team.
Thank you, General. Quickly, I was scrolling now. What General Mkonazi did actually say, he didn't say he is discontent about the closing. He actually said it will continue in KZN as a by the way comment. So he indicated that just for clarity's sake. General, and I'm going to come back. I'm going to use the APP hearings that happened earlier this year in April. The Portfolio Committee on Police compelled SAPS to increase the detection rate target for murder specifically, which was initially set at only 10%. What informed such a low performance target for one of the most serious crimes in the country, and how do you justify this in light of SAPS's constitutional duty to ensure public safety and accountability?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, there was a lot of factors brought into consideration, the shortage in the detectives and so on. So as management, we did allude to that. And, but of course, we went to revisit this, where the discussion was, we lost over, detectives were around 25,000, and we were around 16, 17. So, hence, the target was reduced that way. But we revisited the target, Honorable Chair, and because I said we giving detectives more personnel. Not all might have been trained, but a substantial number have underwent the college, and let's increase the target to, I can't remember the figures exactly where it is. So yes, that's why we ended up reviewing it.
Thank you, General. General, I want to put it to you that I hate saying that, it sounds like Harry now. Let me rather just say, I want to mention to you that the team, in my opinion, misled the portfolio committee on the 5th of March. And I'm going to share with you why, and why I believe it's factually correct. I mentioned Major General Van Rooyen that told the Madlanga Commission that the police portfolio committee failed in its duty. But that same committee, the police committee, relied entirely on the information that you and SAPS provided, correct?
Yeah, well, as I said, Honorable Chair, we briefed the portfolio committee on what you requested.
Spot on. So you're answering my question for how is it then fair that your department, whether yourself, anyone else, or a senior officer from legal services, to publicly accuse the police committee of failure when it was SAPS that withheld specific information? Whether it was deliberate or not, it doesn't matter. The point is it wasn't indicated.
Well, I never listened to General Van Rooyen when he was doing that. Yeah, I'm sure we can go to the records and look at that and take it from there.
General, you can go to the records. I base this on the records, so I'm sitting with it here in front of me. And I say it specifically because Parliament and the Police Portfolio Committee will not be the scapegoat of things that wasn't disclosed by the officers in that meeting on that day. The mention of Brown Mogotsi that Minister Mkhunu later on denied he didn't know was immediately, and I'm not going to go into detail about the cases, but there are 2 MPs that I know of that laid criminal charges for him misleading. And that was the only bit of information that Parliament or parliamentarians could act on. So across the board, all the parties represented in that committee, that was the only bit of information. Nothing about Kat Mutlala was mentioned that day. Nothing about judicial capture was mentioned. Nothing about a drug cartel was mentioned in any part of that meeting. General, I want to go to ask you, with what we've just discussed, why do you think the perception now persists that Parliament didn't act, or persists to prevail or exist? What created that perception?
What created, through Honorable Chair, that Parliament didn't act? I take it that maybe the perception arises out of what General Mkhonasi said on the day in question.
And this is where I want to go back to the July 2025 press conference, because the issues that were raised publicly in July 2025 by General Mkhonasi were not disclosed to Parliament in March 2020. In March 2025, on the 5th of March, in that meeting. Yourself, General Khumalo, Minister Mkhunu, and almost everyone else that spoke, particularly when you explained the phasing out of the political killing task team. No one, again, I repeat, no one objected to that. Parliament couldn't have done anything. When you spoke about strategic input, policy input, etc., if there was something that showed red lights there, there's a discussion to be held. But if the minister gives a directive, and the way that it's explained to us by the police as though we accept this I don't know if they accept it in a strategic way, but if the police then come and say we're disbanding, then it creates the impression that everyone is on par with each other. General, I want to go to the Honorable Shongwe. Not going to ask Honorable Shongwe anything. I don't know if Honorable Shongwe is still here. You told the Honorable Shongwe that General Mkhonazi had reported closure of the political killings task team to the Portfolio Committee. And I just want to confirm, according to the record here, that I've checked now after that with Secretariat of Parliament as well, and no such report of any kind was received in Parliament. There was no such report. So I just want to make that also abundantly clear and repeat that we will not be the scapegoat for things that weren't shared there. It is a misperception that's created. General Masemola, General Mkhonazi told us that when you inquired about the withdrawal, and this is my, that's my last one. I've got two more questions, Chair. I'll go with the other one first. General, with regards to Richards Bay Minerals, sorry. General Mkhonazi told us that when you inquired about the withdrawal of protection for Richards Bay Minerals, you told him that there were questions and/or that you came under pressure from the presidency to provide protection for Richards Bay Minerals. So what I want to know is who in the presidency gave that instruction or applied pressure, and why did you deploy a team from National, according to General Mkhonazi, to continue protecting Richards Bay Minerals? The reason I ask this also in detail is because the presidency is an office, it's not a person. So who is the individual by name or position that communicated that message?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The deployment of the Richards Bay, it came both from the then Minister of Police, General Kele, as well as the Minister in the Minister in the
Presidency.
In the presidency, Minister Njabeni. And the team was then deployed there. And the team was not a protection team. It was a team that were policing that area. There has been executives of the mines that were killed in that area. There has been murders, serious crime that happened there. And later, of course, with the help of the province, some of the suspects were arrested, some were killed, even by the team from the province. I know there was a shootout at Balido between one of the suspects and the NIU in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it wasn't a protection. Those members were deployed based on crime what was happening there. It happens quite often, Honorable Chair. Even currently as we speak, in Mpumalanga, there is in Mpumalanga and Northwest, there is groupings of mine, don't know, call it mine companies that are fighting the same side. It's a new trend that is coming now, especially in Mpumalanga, Northwest, where looks like people are licensed to mine in the same area. So one quite often finds such complaints and you can't fold your hands. You need to respond, and we do our work in that regard.
Thank you, General. Then my last question, General. Do you agree that Parliament did not fail in its duties on the 5th of March, 2025?
No, I listened to what you say, Honorable Chair. I listened to the honorable members. So me, I didn't verify each fact by fact. So I've got no problem to agree or concede to that statement.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I realize that the burden of security you carry, over 65 million South Africans, and the added unfair burden of the massive number of undocumented foreigners across 1.2 million square kilometers is immense. I recognize the scale of that task, especially when some of us struggle to secure even 40 square meters of our homes for a family of two. So as a patriotic South African, I extend the respect your office and rank demands. I despise the bad police, but knowing that when I thank you, I'm also indirectly thanking all the good and dedicated members of the South African Police Service you lead. The position I hold requires me to remain impartial, of course, at this time. I have no bias toward you, no bias toward General Mkwanazi or any other witness that will appear before us. Only after this entire process, I will then take a position. I ask that you participate truthfully as I seek clarity on specific actions you have taken. So let's start with the elephant in the room. I must first commend you for arresting DA councillors convicted of murder. And then you also testified about the presence of my party deputy president, the Honorable Kenny Kunene, at the house of Mr. Molefe. You stated that he was there twice in your testimony. Commissioner, are you 100% sure that Mr. Kunene was found at the house of Mr. Molefe 2 times?
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Honorable Member, and thanks for the matters that you alluded to, thanking myself and the police for what they are doing. Honorable Chairperson, what the team reported to me is that, yes, he was there twice. You'd recall one of the times he was found in the house. The other time they say he turned at the gate. He never entered, but he turned right at the gate. They denied him entry. So that's the report I got.
So you yourself are not 100% sure?
No. I can't be 100%, but that's the report I got, Honorable.
So if you're not 100% sure, as the #1 cop in this country, understanding the rules of our criminal justice system, how can you, General, knowing that you're not sure, sit here in front of all South Africans and state as fact that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. When I say not 100% sure, I mean me. I wasn't there, but the team, I believe them. They say one of the occasions he was in the house. One of the occasions they turned him at the gate.
Your team is not testifying.
Oh, yes.
You are testifying. And you are saying, for surety, that he was there. You're not sure. Your team reported to you. That still qualifies as hearsay. I'm not moved by the sounds in the house. Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with what is right, Honorable General. You cannot state for a fact that he was there twice. You're basing it on what you have been told. So your team is immune to lying. Chair, you must protect me here because I'm receiving responses from the EFF here. Am I questioning them?
Honorable Souls, I request you to work like a postman, just deliver the letters.
I'm delivering the
Yeah.
letters, but you can't have dogs barking while I'm riding the bicycle.
Deliver the letters. The gates are locked. They will not come out.
No, Chair, you must protect me. I was silent when
You are,
everybody was speaking.
you are protected, and I very much respect the manner in which you conducted yourself the whole day. I haven't heard you saying anything honorable. So the whole day, starting from 9 o'clock, and you are so justified.
Thank you, Chair.
If I had a big umbrella, I will come and bring it around you so that you don't encounter any difficulty.
General, even though you received the report, does that give you the right to come before the nation under oath and say, as a matter of fact, that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Honorable Chair, through you, the team reported to me that he was there twice. One was he was in the house when he was with the journalist. The second, one of the 2 times, he was turned at the gate by the team. So that is what the team reported to me.
That's not what you said when you opposed the question. When you opposed the question, General, you said, I listened to the tape again. Your words was, actually, he was there twice. Yet, your actually is based on a report. It's not fact.
Honorable,
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
General, with due respect, the Honorable Souls, let me just hold you for a moment. There is a honorable member who wants to speak, Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair, sorry to interrupt, but this has got nothing to do with the scope of this ad hoc committee, 1. And 2, General Masemola leads an organization with almost 200,000 members. Must he account for every single member's whereabouts? And I mean, when an officer comes and tells his commander something, must he go to this actual site and go and check up on it? It just, I think we're losing the plot. We're not, this is not part of the scope of the ad hoc committee. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, honorable members, so that we can proceed. Let me allow the honorable member to use the time we have allocated him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, number 1, it's my time. Number 2, I'm not the one who brought up the subject. I sat here and Honorable Malema brought up the subject, and no one in this house told him what they are now telling me. Number 3, I have the right to ask that question. And also, I'm not asking of the general that he should have been there. And I am fully aware that he's presiding over thousands. It is for that very fact that I am saying the general cannot then come and just based on a report from members say, as a matter of fact, Kenny Kunene was there twice. So, Chairperson, you must allow me.
Before he responds, I see there is another honorable member, Honorable Nombalo.
No, Chair, I think I've got a problem with your ruling because your responsibility as the chairperson is to guide the meeting and your responsibility is to protect witnesses. We can't be subjected to Kenny Kunene. We have got serious issues of national importance here. I mean, the whole meeting, the whole country is watching us, and the member is subjecting the witness to Kenny Kunene. So, Chairperson, you are out of order. Do your responsibility, protect the member. That person is testifying under oath.
Yes.
So, to be asked about Kenny Kunene, even when he has answered that the team briefed me, that is enough.
Let's not be impatient with him because
No, but Chair, people can abuse the platform on the basis that they have time.
yeah, I want to explain something, Honorable Number. You earlier on during the proceedings, you reminded us of Rule 1.4 on the scope that any other matter thereto related can be investigated. The name of a citizen here called KT Molefe was mentioned on record. And during his testimony, oral, the general was asked about the incident or the occasion of the arrest of a KT Molefe. And then he says that at the time of the arrest, Mr. Kunene was there. So it is on record in these proceedings. And so the honorable member is asking that question, and if we can please have the patience to allow him to ask what he wants to clarify, I think it's only fair. Because those statements that have been made here have gone to the records of these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The same vigor was not shown earlier when the statement was made, when an untruthful statement was made. General, you were not there physically to see that twice. You just received the report and you want the country to believe that your members does not have the possibility of lying. That every single member you have speaks the truth to you. Is that what you're saying to the country? Every member that reports to you speaks the truth at all times. They don't have the potential to lie to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. All what I said, Honorable Chair, is that the members told me that he was there twice at the house. So whether they're lying or not, I took it that which they told me, and I'm not sure. Let's agree, Honorable Member, that me and you were not there. We are the same. But however, the report I got is that he was there twice. So I will leave it there, and thanks, Honorable Chair.
It would have been different, General, if that is what you said when you were asked the question earlier. When you were asked the question earlier, you did not say, it was reported to me. You said, actually, he was there twice. Now you're saying, we can agree that you were not there. I wasn't there. Based on that, you must now then state for the record that it is only an allegation. It is alleged that Kenny Kunene was there twice. Please confirm.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will repeat that me and you were not there. Me, I received a report that Kenny Kunene was there twice on the two occasions that members were at the house. It's an allegation. I leave it there.
So if it's an allegation, which I now agree with you, that means it remains to be proven. You came and you said he was actually there. That means, Honorable General, you lied to the nation. You made the nation believe that you are stating that as a matter of fact. Now, I put it to you that we can prove that Kenny Kunene was not there twice. You lied to the nation. And now it concerns me because
Honorable Souls. I want to request you that we must not debate the matters.
I'm not debating, Chair. I'm stating you heard the testimony that it's now from a statement of fact, it's now an allegation. And if it's now an allegation, it was stated on the record by the general. Then it means that what was earlier said as a fact by using the word actually was a lie.
Yeah, I want us to go beyond the names and probe what you want to probe.
I'm moving forward, Chair, but
Thank
I'm
you so-
concluding on that fact.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And it now concerns me because I'm not sure whether I should believe the rest of your testimony or any testimony you've made at the commission as well. But we shall continue. You know, General, this is a bit personal for me. I'll have you know, and I want the nation also to know, that my leaders have served their time in jail. They paid the price, and they worked daily to repay society, to the point where our president showed decisiveness and removed our deputy, Mr. Kenny Kunene, who equally stepped down, subjected himself to an independent investigation. He was cleared and now he's back in office. If ever our criminal justice system can have something to be proud of, it is the genuine transformation of Gayton McKenzie and Kenny Kunene, whom I am a proud product of. General, yesterday, we saw on social media that General Sibia was going to be arrested, but only files and some equipment was seized. Was the team sent by yourself to effect that arrest?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I wouldn't want to go too much back, but I would say that I did rectify that which you agree that I rectify. I didn't lie. I used English, but what I meant is what I said, that the team said he was there twice. Coming to the last question that you were asking, well, Honorable Chairperson, police, as I've been sitting here the last 2 days, even today as I've been sitting here, they're doing their work. I don't send them to go and do a specific work. They do continue with the work they do. They obtained the warrants where they obtained, and they went to the house to go and collect the catches they had a search warrant to collect.
So in English, I'll repeat, you lied. And I'm struggling to even believe what you say now, but I will indulge you, General. Why arrest or attempt to arrest on the eve of General Sibia having to come and testify? What if those equipment that was seized was material for what needs to be presented here next week by General Sibia as a witness?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I do indicate that, Honorable Member, the team, they went there, and they don't need my permission to do the work. So if you say the tools might be needed, I'm sure the team don't take equipment forever. They will assess what they assess, they will return the equipment to the relevant owners.
Are you now saying you are sure that they will return it before he comes to testify? Am I hearing you correctly?
Surely, if he says he needs those equipments when he come here, we can't deny him. They will have. I'm sure they would have done their work. It doesn't take months to do what they do.
It's interesting that they chose the time. General, how would you describe the relationship between you, General Mkhwanazi, and General Khumalo?
I would describe it as a relationship that I have with the rest of the senior management.
I'm not familiar with the relationship you have with senior management. Could you?
Well, I mean, we have a good relationship. I do have a good relationship with the rest of the senior team.
You are not very close. Would you define your relationship as very close?
No, I wouldn't define as very close.
General Mkhwanazi testified that it was General Khumalo who instructed the removal of the dockets. Is this true?
I do not know that part, and it was part of the investigation. So I think the two of them will be able to tell you who instructed who to remove the dockets.
But this is a material matter that we are dealing with, and that particular matter affects and is a central part of this. Should you not know who was responsible for removing those dockets? Should you not know?
Honorable Chair, I did indicate that late April, May, I did pick it up from General Sintumuli that General Sibia instructed General Khumalo to remove dockets from KZN. That's why probably you had General Mkhwanazi saying General Khumalo instructed those dockets. So what I'm aware of is that that instruction, what I heard from Sintumuli, is that it came from Sibia. And when I confronted him, I told him that, don't do that, stop that, don't remove dockets. That's all I said to him.
So if I understand you correctly, before you told me you didn't know, now you're telling me you did know that General Khumalo took the dockets, but you're adding that he took it at the instruction of General Sibia. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, what I'm saying, Honorable Chair, is that I don't want to get too much into hearsay. The General Mkhwanazi told you that Khumalo took the dockets. And I'm saying I heard from General Sintumule that General Sibia instructed that dockets be taken by Khumalo. And me, I called General Sibia to say, don't do that, stop that. So.
Yes, but you didn't say that to me when I asked you the first time. When I asked you the first time, you said you didn't know.
What I mean by that, why I say that, Honorable Chair, is that I don't want to give evidence of somebody and somebody and somebody and somebody.
But you just did that, and you did it with my deputy president. That's your style.
Well, with
No, General, I don't think that you, with due respect, you must not respond to a statement like that one. Honorable Souls, may we please not impugn on the personality of the witness.
Chair.
Look, when you make a statement and say, this is your style, you impugn, number one, on the personality, and number two, on the morality of the witness. It's like you are casting aspersions on the witness. You want the witness to assume another identity in front of the people of South Africa, to be perceived differently from how they have known him before, when this committee has not arrived at a determination like that one. So I think it's very much unfair, not only to the witness, but any person against whom such reference may be made. And if you find it moral, you may withdraw that kind of statement.
Point of order, Chair.
No, Honorable Skosana, can I please beg your indulgence? Let's allow Honorable Souls first to hear whether he agrees with me to withdraw the statement that he has made. I'm not instructing him to withdraw it. I'm calling on him to look at the statement and make a decision whether he will like that statement to be associated with any other person.
I disagree with you, Chair. Let
Okay.
me qualify. When I asked in the beginning, is that hearsay or statement of fact? The general, when we were talking about Honorable Kenny Kunene, the general said, I'm stating that, and I stated it earlier, on the basis that I was told, I was reported to. So I made the statement, right? I now ask later on the same thing as it relates to General Kumalo. The general says, no, the reason why I said I didn't know is because I did not want to make a statement on hearsay. Now I'm saying, but you did it earlier. What's the difference? He should then also have done the same.
Yeah.
So it is on that basis that I'm saying,
What I'm saying is
the
that
style of the general is then to hear. Let me finish, Chair. You asked me to qualify.
Order,
Ask me
please,
to
Chair.
qualify. I'm qualifying. And then you must tell me, you must now correct me. I will gladly submit to your correction based on my explanation to you. You must correct me to say I must understand. In the first instance, the general is doing what he says in the later instance he's not doing. I'm pointing out, you listen to hearsay and stated it as fact. You come later and say, I can't listen to stories, therefore I didn't say General Kumalo took the files.
No, honorable members, I don't want us to derail the proceedings.
Please correct me, Chair.
Please.
Yeah, but Chair.
Based on my statement.
We must not derail
Yeah, Chair.
the proceedings by
Chair.
bringing unnecessary interjections.
Yeah, but Chair, it's not only an interjection, Chair. Let's us be respected. We are members of Parliament. We are in Parliament here. It's not correct and it's unparliamentary to say the general is lying. And he knows that, the honorable member. And this character assassination reflects back on all of us. We can't be discussing Kenny Unene this. Whether he was clear by his party, that is we are not campaigning here. We are dealing with a serious matter, a national issue. It can't be about Kenny Unene every time.
Yeah, but
and the General Kumalo will come in here. He'll answer for himself.
This is what I'm avoiding, honorable members.
But it's unacceptable, Chair. That the general can be really dragged into this.
I have called on the member and I have called him to order. not to impugn the integrity of the witness. And I thought that was sufficient.
Chair, Honorable Souls is defying you live. We've got a responsibility as members of this committee to respect you. Whether you are coming from the ANC or from any party, this committee is dealing with serious work and everybody is watching it. It's going to set a wrong precedent if you give an instruction and Honorable Souls defies it. We can't allow that. It must not be optional. He must withdraw what he has said to the general. No one here must be wrongly crucified. The role of this policy, of this committee, is to investigate. How did he arrive to that conclusion? And he has been partisan here, campaigning for his party. We also come from political parties. But because we understand the responsibility of this committee, we can't be talking about MK here. We know where to campaign. We know where to locate the people when we need them. Not in ad hoc committees. Honorable Souls must withdraw that statement, Chairperson, unless you want people to lose respect in you. You are the Chairperson and you must be respected. We can't allow people, you are our Chairperson in this committee. So if you don't protect yourself, we will protect you. He must withdraw that statement.
Yeah, but the last, don't inject fear in the Chairperson. Honorable Ngola.
In addition, Chair, to the members, the two members, we also have a responsibility as the ad hoc committee to protect our witnesses. Parliament in its nature has got a responsibility to protect all citizens of South Africa. To Chair, it is incorrect to want to give a hearsay status to an official report by junior to a principal. A hearsay is what you get on when you walk on the streets hugging your friends. Juniors, when they report to the National Commissioner of what they would have found from an official investigation, can't be accorded the status of being a hearsay. So if the general says there is an official report by the team, my team, that is working on this investigation, the report is that the aforesaid person was found twice on the gate and inside the house, then we can't accord that it's an official duty report, Chair. It can't be a hearsay. We've got a different understanding of what a hearsay is. Thank you.
Honorable Cameron, do you still want to speak?
I think, Jay, most of the members have covered it, but I just don't want this to degenerate. We can be direct, but we can be respectful. We don't have to do it this way. And this isn't the Kuneni Commission. This is the ad hoc committee to focus on allegations by General Konazi. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Look, honorable members, our responsibility is not only to keep the decorum of the House. Each one of us here has a right to a good name. The reason why we are called honorable members is because we are expected to conduct ourselves with integrity as leaders of society. And the title honorable is conferred to you from the day you are sworn in as a member without even knowing who you are. The moment you are called honorable, rise to the occasion and prove that I qualify to be called an honorable member. So I want to request all of you here, and I kept on reminding you that every time you open your mouth to speak, you must know that you are not limited to these four walls. The whole nation is watching the proceedings, and what they want is inspiration from all of us. The presentations which have been made here show the extent of difficulties that SAPS as an institution is going through. And you are the top leadership of this country, Parliament. Can you please help the ordinary citizens who cannot speak for themselves, who cannot be here now to interact with General Masemola, and believe in your abilities as leaders that you can help them and steer this country in the right direction? Can we please serve the people of this country? Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairperson,
I want you to move towards
I'm moving, but
concluding, Honorable Sol.
it is wrong.
The time that has been allocated is not for debate, it's
Chairperson.
for you to ask the general questions.
Chairperson, I'm asking a question. None of you said what you're saying now earlier. None of you. None of you said it's not the Kunene Commission when it was raised here earlier.
But
So you must-
Honorable Source, may you please ask
I'm-
questions?
Chairperson, I am dealing with what has been posed here. I'm not grabbing a topic from outside of this house. The center of whom we are speaking about here is also an honorable member who's an MMC in Joburg. He is the deputy president of a party here. To say,
We don't have a problem with that.
no, you do.
Look, I don't want you to veer.
I want to show you something, Chair. Please
No,
allow
no,
me.
No, Honorable Souls, I don't want you to veer off and start.
I'm not veering off.
No, don't concentrate
I'm
on.
responding to the House and I'm
No,
responding to yourself.
no, I'm not going to. These honorable members are not witnesses. The witness is here.
But you allowed them.
He is the one that you must ask questions.
I am asking and then they interjecting, Chair. I'm asking the witness and then they are interjecting.
They were calling a point of order on it.
And I have the right to respond to it. You are now suppressing me, but you allowed them. Chair, let me show you the material problem. If I leave it, then it means the impression that's given is that an independent investigation, Kenny Kwinene lied because he said he was there one. So we'll move along and I'll say, but I will put to this House, I will not withdraw. Honorable General, you testified then now that you are now conceding that the testimony of General Mkwanazi was correct when he said that General Khumalo was the one who took the dockets. But you qualified that later on by saying it's because General Sibia told him to do so. Did he do the right thing? Did General Khumalo do the right thing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, I think you were in the House. You heard it, I suppose, more than once, that General Sibia ordered dockets from KZN to come to Pretoria. Well, that order have went through different people, which myself, I don't want to go through those layers. Those people will come here, they'll come and say, me, I was given this order by who to do what and what and what. So it is not the right thing for the dockets to be removed from KZN.
So General Khumalo did the wrong thing.
Well, he will come and explain himself through you, Honorable Chair.
According to you as his superior, did General Khumalo do the right thing?
Well, I told you that I learned later that he was ordered to do so. He did not do the right thing by not consulting the provincial commission. General Sevilla did not do the right thing by consulting the provincial commission.
That's fine. So you are basically saying both of them didn't do the right thing, including General Khumalo.
Yeah, they didn't do the right thing.
Should he not have refused that directive from General Sibia?
Well, that I'm sure he will answer for himself, but you would recall that, well, he was given directive. I don't know the rest of what entailed, what they're going to do with those docket. I'm sure he will be able to give evidence to that effect.
Is he following your example, Commissioner, for when the minister told you something unlawful, you also didn't refuse? Is your subordinates following the lead of the head of the agency?
I wouldn't say he's following my example. I'm sure you can ask him. He will answer for himself.
What do you think? It's very similar to what you are doing. Is that the reason why you are overlooking it? Because you are putting the blame squarely on who gave him the direction, but not holding him responsible for taking the action.
Yeah, through your Honorable Chair, I think you are aware that I did take action against General Sibia for doing what he's doing.
What action did you take against General Khumalo for doing what he did?
Well, I'm taking action against the one that started this whole thing.
And that's what I mean. Therefore, you are interpreting it in the same way when it comes to you. When the House questions you on why didn't you stand up against an unlawful instruction from the minister? You also want the country, rightfully so, to hold the one responsible for directing you. But that does not mean you are not responsible either for not standing your ground. And it's for that reason that you are now giving the same justification for General Khumalo.
Well, through you, Honorable Chair, well, I'm taking action against the one that caused the whole thing. And I think it's the right thing I'm doing.
And everyone that is attached to it, he had a duty to refuse an unlawful instruction. He had a duty to do that. He did not. And therefore, you should hold him responsible too. I agree with you. Deal decisively with General Sibia, but deal decisively with General Khumalo as well, because it will look like you are just overlooking it because it's General Khumalo.
The honorable member, your time is up.
My time is up. Are you sure? Chair, are you sure? But I'll accept it, Chair. I shall accept it.
You can ask the honorable members, they will tell you how long the microphone has been on.
I'll accept it, Chair, respectfully bowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. I think, Chairperson, we have exhausted all the issues pertaining to this witness. We have exhausted ourselves and we have exhausted the witness. My questions have all been covered, so I will not be utilizing my time. Let's go home. Thank you.
Very progressive. General, is your senior management of the SAPS divided?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I wouldn't say they're divided. They are together. There will be problems there and there that now and then come, Honorable Chair, but surely they are not divided. You will find in any organization, you will find that now and then there is conflict, but they are not divided.
The problems in the institution that you have alluded to, spanning over a decade, can we say that what we see now is an institutional implosion?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I would say, like I said, problems. If I may talk of General Sibia, Honorable Chairperson, I think since he arrived, well, it's quite a number of people that he encountered problems with. I kept on resolving those problems. Firstly, he had a problem with General Zulu. I intervened. He had a problem with General Mkonasi, not now, some time ago. And before I intervened, he had a problem with General Kumalo. I spent almost half a day resolving that problem and was happy that it was resolved. Had a problem with General Msikidi. He had a problem with General Nkua. And but still I accommodated and we rectify, we go on. Some of the problems I never attended to them, but they will resolve them amongst themselves. So yeah.
Because the reason why I'm asking this, honorable members, is that since the proceedings started, there are so many names of generals who have been mentioned here, and allegations of involvement of generals or senior management in activities of self-aggrandizement, self-enrichment. Is that good for an institution that you lead, the South African Police Services? I mean, the developments of yesterday, for instance, when we are here with yourself, the Honorable Breitenbach calls you the honcho of the institution, and there are other colleagues of you convening press conferences. Is it good for your institution?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It is definitely indeed not good for the institution. Hence, you have seen that I have enlisted this assistant of, while we are doing investigation in areas where we pick up that there are problems of crime and or misconduct. Hence, I enlisted the help of SIU to come and do a lifestyle audit of everybody so that we can know who we are dealing with and who's clean and who not, starting with myself.
And the people of this country, one honorable member has asked you whether you are a voter. You said, yes, I'm a voter, it's my civic duty. The voter whose last hope is on us as the bureaucracy in civil service. They sit every day glued to their televisions. They hear these things about high-ranking police officers. Their expectations have been that when we hear stories about the police should be that criminal A, criminal B, criminal C have been arrested. And now they come to hear this very, very disturbing allegations about high-ranking police officers. What does that do to the mentality of the voter or the ordinary citizen?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I agree that it raises a problem of trust. It raises a problem of that the voter, or as you say, or the community should continue trusting the police the way they do. I do agree that that is a problem. And it is an area that we are going through. And as an organization, we are not sitting back. As we are dealing decisively with areas where there is crime, Honorable Chairperson, and also cleanse ourselves by making sure that everyone that is there is above board. I'm sure that will go a long way. I know it's not an overnight process, but by making sure that we know who's who, and that will definitely will improve the morale of in the organization, and it will improve also the trust outside there in the police. So the quicker as we are embarking on lifestyle audit and investigations carry on in terms of areas where there are, be it criminality or misconduct, we finalize that, we'll be able to move forward.
My last question would be that, do you still have hope as the leader of the institution that these senior ranking officials against whom allegations have been made, and some were made by yourself, do still have commitment to turn around the SAPS and make it an institution of choice?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, those areas where there are allegations, of course, we will, as I'm saying, we subject that to investigation of misconduct, and the criminal investigations will also take its course. And yes, I do believe that we can still turn the ship in the right direction. And it is an era that happened in the organization, and it happened, of course, because of other reasons, because of the discovery of some linkages to these drug cartels. And it's a good thing that we investigate that and make sure that we get to the depth of it and root it out. And I think after we do that, we will definitely have an organization running forward without any suspicion or accusation.
Senior Counsel, how much time do you need?
I'll try and be as brief as possible. I've got no questions about Mr. Kuneni. Just to clarify a few things. The first thing you asked me, General, was to just clarify the question about when I put it to you, I'd agreed that no national commissioner appointed had served their 5 years, but there is one.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. The first national commissioner after democracy, Commissioner Fivas, he did complete his term.
Yeah. You've been criticized, questioned about your response to the directive of 31 December 2024. But we know as a fact that that directive has in fact not been implemented. The task team has not been disestablished. In fact, you approved the budget of the task team effective to 26 March 2026, and you actually denied a request from Lieutenant General Sabia to make money available for a differently constituted team.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. I did allude to that. And yeah.
Also, when lawyers look at sections 206 and 207 of the Constitution, they lick their lips, because you'll find one lot being very clear that you have management and control of SAPS and that ministers may not interfere. The other lot will say there's ambiguity and there's scope for interpretation that the minister, because the words used are directives, in charge of policy, and so on. So just to put it on record, General, that it's far from clear. In your case, you, one, didn't implement the directive, and two, whatever you gave to the minister was to kick the can down the road, as it were, and not in fact implement it, but to phase out the team. But the PKTT is still in existence as we speak.
That is correct, Honorable Chair and members. The PKTT is still at work. We are working towards increasing personnel and other resources. And also, we are establishing one in Gauteng because we also do have problems in that province.
We know from General Mkonazi that he obtained an affidavit from you on the 4th of July. Is that correct? Or a statement?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Now, he wouldn't disclose the statement because he said it for now forms part of a criminal investigation. We would like to know what is in that statement or affidavit on the 4th of July, because his evidence was also that he was not going to go into the media briefing on the 6th of July without that statement from you.
Well, that statement, Honorable Chair, it talks about the defeating the ends of justice is more a case. It talks about those that participated in efforts to disestablish the PKTT. That's what the statement would entail.
Would you object to making that statement available to us?
I can make it available, provided it doesn't get
into the public domain.
Into the public before it gets to court.
So thank you. We'll ask crime intelligence to look after that one. Now, the briefing that you gave to Parliament on the 5th of March, there is in fact a few passages, and you'll find it. You don't have to look at it now. It's just for the record.
Okay.
Where Lieutenant General Mkonazi does make some strong comments about the instruction to disband the task team, and from it's at volume 3 of your record at page 259.
Okay.
Can you recollect or recall that he, from what he was saying, and I know it's difficult, so you can't ask about body language because it was an online meeting, that he wasn't happy. He made comments at the beginning of the meeting. He commented twice. close to the beginning of the meeting and then towards the end. And at the beginning, he mentioned sections 206 and 207, mentioned them. And at the end, he was unhappy.
That's correct. I know he did. He was.
Were you aware, or are you aware that that on the 6th of December 2024, when the PKTT was assisting the Gauteng police in arresting Matlale at his home for allegedly kidnapping a business associate. Were you aware of events on that day? Were you informed about it?
Yeah, I was informed while the operation was on.
Because it would appear that it's that gave rise also when Lieutenant General gave evidence, and you seem to be of the same view. It's only when you started joining the dots, as it were, and you're putting some things together that you realize that there was something else that informed the directive of 31 December 2024.
Yeah, correct, Honorable Chair. The operation of the 6, I think the arrest of Molefe, and not arrest of Matlala, but it was a search of his premises where the team was looking for a kidnapped victim, Mr. Jerubushoa. So that operation of the 6, according to records of Matlala's phone, that was then confiscated later in May 2025. Indications are that the disbandment letter of the 31st of December 2025 was activated by the operation of the 6th of December 2026.
Thank you. And just lastly, I know we tired.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, 6th December 2024.
Yeah. But I mean, I was always intrigued by this until I had to look these things up and got paid to do it. So it wasn't a problem. But the difference between crime intelligence and crime intelligence as addressed or spoken about or prescribed in the Police Act, and then intelligence under the Intelligence Act, and the way the police service conducts intelligence operations, and the intelligence under the State Security Agency. I think many of us, many people would want to just understand those crucial differences, because even in the Lieutenant General Konazi's evidence, he at one stage there was talk of bringing in the State Security Agency to conduct some or other operation. I don't know whether to assist the crime intelligence. So perhaps just give us your understanding of how the two operate. Do they complement each other? Do they do different things? I know State Security Intelligence mainly is concerned with protecting the borders and the integrity of the Republic. But we know also from the directive that was given on the 31st of December, one of the very interesting, intriguing directives is that relating to border control and border entry.
Yeah, thanks,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give evidence or make a speech.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. The State Security Agency, of course, is responsible for intelligence, more on the country, security intelligence for the country, state security. However, crime intelligence deal with intelligence relating to crime. But the state security, as they do their work of state intelligence, they will come across intelligence relating to crime, so that they will obviously pass to crime intelligence. And in terms of the cluster, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, commonly known JCPS, state security is part of that cluster, just like defense, NPA, corrections, and all other departments. So when we do work, we work as a cluster, hence they will have a representative. They might not have a representative down on the ground, but in meetings, they will have a representative as and when they pick up whatever they will, if it's crime related, they will give to us. That's the difference between the two. And they are, of course, controlled by the National Strategic Intelligence Act and all other legislation related to intelligence. But the crime intelligence is a division of the police service. And they are collecting crime on intelligence. So their activities somehow are controlled by National Strategic Intelligence Act.
And both conduct covert operations.
Yeah, well, they can be both. Crime intelligence is accounting. We have the two accounts, both covert and open account. That's how the nature of how they conduct business.
Just lastly, would you, because it's also one of the things this committee must look at in terms of proposing some remedial measures to Parliament, would you appreciate a clarification of what 206 and 207 means? Or do you have a clear understanding of what it entails and what it means?
Well, I think I do have understanding, but where clarity comes in, when Section 207 talks about minister responsible for national policing policy, I think that is very clear. There is one policy signed this year, and but where it says directions by the cabinet member responsible, that is the area that requires clarity as to what are those directions, at what level they are.
Yeah, because I think some of the honorable members pointed out, some were even appear to be a bit horrified that you said your boss is the minister. You're accountable to the minister. So I'm just flagging that and asking you whether whether the committee could be of some assistance in that regard.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Indeed, as I say, yes, the committee should assist in terms of what level directions does it are those directions that the minister can give to the national commissioner. If there can be interpretation of that, I think it will assist the situation. But of course, remember the question says manage the police, the subject to national policing policy, which is developed by the minister, and the directions from the minister. So I do report to the minister. It's not an anomaly. Yeah. But also I do report to the president.
Because a number of honorable members had also described you as the most powerful person in the country. And it would be of concern that the most powerful person is also reporting to someone higher, other than the Almighty.
Yeah, I do not think, I don't think the post of the position of the National Commissioner is the most powerful. There is legal framework to that. And the responsibility, yes, is huge. And the money is little or is not really sufficient. You actually forsake your life when you are in this position. You don't have life, private life.
It's not career limiting, it's life limiting.
Well, in terms of career, I do not have a problem, Honorable Chair. I'm actually beyond pension.
You could become a minister.
I'm 62-year-old, so I'm actually a pensioner. So I wouldn't even want to be a minister. No.
Thank you very much, General,
Thank
again,
you.
for your cooperation and all your time. It's been a difficult time. I think the one thing that we all agree on is you've got an unenviable job, big job, very responsible job to keep us all safe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. We want to take this opportunity and express our gratitude, General Masemola, also for creating time from the moment we contacted you that we would want to have consultations with you until today that we are concluding the proceedings with you. We want to thank you so much. Fly safely back home. We want to thank honorable members. You have shown your resilience, honorable members, and I want to thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, it's a Friday evening. We are resuming the proceedings, Senior Counsel and members, on Monday, 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yes, Monday. The witness is Lieutenant General Sbia. Thank you so much.
In this?
The same venue, Good Hope.
Well,
The venue is this one.
this one.
Thank you.
But, oh, okay.